Bro, want to buy an account? Check it out. Conqueror tier, firearm finishes, and outfits are all available.
Nice account. I'll buy one. I'll go get the money first. Stay here. I'll be right back. Alright, got the account. See ya.
Damn it, I've been scammed.
Buying an account might not get you the account, but you'll still lose your money.
You might not receive payment for selling your account, but you'll still lose your account.
Қазақстан атынан шығу біз үшін үлкен жауапкершілік.
Менің ойымша орталық Азия мен Шығыс Еуропаны салыстыратын болсақ, біздің команда үшін қиындық тудыратын ол ДГ-77, өйткені біз Бәріңе сәлем, мен есімім Адлет, никнейм Хатсу, командадағы рөлім капитан.
Барлықтарыңызға ассалаумағалейкум. Менің есімім Мансур, ойындағы никнейм Вестрон, және де командадағы рөлім Фрагер.
Kazakhstan earns only 2 spots at the PMGO ECA 2026, and you're one of them. How much pressure does it add knowing you're carrying your entire country's hopes into this lobby?
Қазақстан атынан шығу біз үшін үлкен жауапкершілік, бірақ бұл ойында біз ешқандай қысымды сезбейміз.
What does the PUBG mobile scene in Kazakhstan actually look like right now? Grassroots infrastructure support? Is it where it needs to be?
Қазақстанда PUBG сцена орташа деңгейде, қолдау жоғары деңгейде, және PUBG Mobile деңгейі Қазақстанда даму үстінде деп ойлаймын.
Central Asia versus Eastern Europe. This dynamic will definitely be tested in this tournament. Which region do you think has the upper hand and why?
Менің ойымша орталық Азия мен Шығыс Еуропаны салыстыратын болсақ, орталық Азия мықтырақ болады, өйткені орталық Азияда мықты командалар көп.
Is there rivalry or respect between the Kazakh teams here? How do you feel about going up against a team from your own country?
Әр қазағым жалғызым демекші, екі команда арасында бәсекелестік жоқ. Менің ойымша, бұл сәтте құрмет танытқан дұрыс.
Which team or teams do you think are the biggest threat to your success in this tournament?
Біздің команда үшін қиындық тудыратын ол ДГ-77, өйткені біз бір спотқа таласамыз.
You've played against each other in the PMNC. What do you know about their play style that the rest of the ECA lobby doesn't?
Мэд командасы тәуекелге барудан қорықпағандықтан, олар қазір чемпион атағына ие болып отыр. Тамашалағандарыңызға рахмет. Сау болыңыздар.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile EECA Finals, our third and final day of the finals themselves. That's 3 ways to use the word finals to summarize where we are, Max, because this is the big finale, right? This is what we've been all waiting for on the edge of our seats. Our top teams in prime position perched over the rest of the competition, and myself and you here in the commentary booth to guide everyone through it.
Yeah, and today some dreams will come to reality and some dreams will be shattered. As of course, we're going to be paying close attention to the top of the rankings to see which will be our top 4 squads at the end of today to make it straight into the PMGO Season 1 main event over in Jakarta, Indonesia. It's going to be a test today, and of course with the Smash ruling in full effect, maybe it's going to be a short day. Maybe 2 games only could be played.
You never know. That's always the fun element that's mixed in with a Smash rule. And of course, I'm sure you're familiar with that for the viewers at home, but we'll get you up to speed if you're not. For now, though, talking about speed, Max, there's one phone in particular that springs to mind, isn't there?
Yeah, it's the Infinix GT50 Pro, official sponsor not only of PMGO here for EECA, but also the entirety of the PMGO tournaments throughout 2026. And of course, this phone is insane. If you want to get it for yourself right now to just level up your own gameplay, maybe become a semi-pro or maybe even a pro, this is the device for you. And of course, keep in mind, 144 FPS. The gaming speed is crazy right now. Technology is crazy, man. It's crazy what we got.
We've leveled up, and you can level up your game as well, like Max said, with that Infinix GT50 Pros. So go and get your hands on one of those if you want to be out there bossing it in your PUBG Mobile games, because I'm sure we'll see some sick plays from everyone that'll be on screen today, wielding one of those absolute units of a cellular device. Here's some of our teams as well, Max, in the building for the final day of competition. You had Aurora there. Here's GOAT Team. Of course, 2 sides that looked very fierce yesterday.
Of course, yeah, looking so good in first and second place respectively for Aurora and GOAT Team, followed then by also TT Project and DG77. So because of that, we're going to take a quick peek into the leaderboards. And of course, Aurora looking so strong, and we'll be the team to set the point threshold to get into that heavily contested Smash zone. 118 points, 10-pointer from Aurora Gaming, Jackie on a Rondo. That's heavily doable, but also teams hot on their heels like GOAT Team and TT Project could make it happen in match number 1.
Yeah, dude. I mean, honestly, with the meteoric rise we saw from some of these teams yesterday, Aurora towards the end, GOAT Team looking relatively consistent, TT Project climbing up the rankings slowly but surely. They were kind of the embodiment of the age-old adage of the tortoise and the hare, Max, because they went for a slower, strategic gameplay style, but just kept getting the wins.
Yeah, 3 wins on the day. How do you do that for TT Project, right? Just crazy consistency. And even when they didn't get the win sometimes, they would still be like in the podium or top 5.
Yeah.
So that amount of consistency is looking really strong. And actually, you can see on the elimination spread between, the point spread between eliminations and placements, they still got a decent amount of elims yesterday. So it seems like TT Project is back in full swing today, which I'm very, very happy about. As we go on to the second page, this is where hope is not really fully present, I would say, for some of these squads. 777, Mad Esports, Champions, if they want to get up to the 118-point threshold, they're going to have such an insane start today. We're talking 20 elimination, chicken din on Rondo, followed up by then consistent results on Erangel and maybe Miramar if we do make it that far. Technically not impossible, but it's going to be looking really grim, especially with how hungry the teams are at the top of these rankings.
Yeah, I mean, it might be unfair for me to say, Max, but I'm not going to lie. I think page 2, that's the graveyard at this point.
Yeah.
I think there's some room in page 1, but I'm feeling a bit ruthless, and I don't see them really mounting that comeback with how good our best squads looked yesterday. But we can discuss that as the day progresses, and maybe Rondo changes our mind a little bit when we get into game 1. For now, let's have a look back at our MVP ranking as well, of course, in terms of some of the star players that we had, and it's Rufus from Aurora up top.
Just dominating. Also really strong survival time. 22 minutes in a lobby of this caliber is a crazy statement. And by the way, I did a bit of background research here, Jackie. Rufus is the only player on the core roster of, I was going to say APG, of Aurora Gaming that has yet to secure an MVP title. Like Ziol got PMGC MVP, Top got PMGC MVP twice, and then Doc got PMGO MVP last year and also PMWC MVP. Everyone is an MVP except for Rufus, and I think it might be changing here today in PMGO EECA.
I'd say he deserves it, man. You know, he's looked so good individually, right? And I think more so than ever, he's not just looked like a bit of a glue player that keeps the team together. He really has been large and in charge consistently in terms of making those plays that was winning them games or giving them the points they needed. So, yeah, I'm all there with you, bud. I think if they carry on with this form, it's well-deserved he gets an MVP title.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be called the Aurora pre-show for day 3 of the grand finals. But also, if you want to get yourself some cool loot right now, you can do so by scanning the QR code or entering the code on the official redemption website of PUBG Mobile to get the Snow Ward Stranger helmet. Looking quite fancy because you're wearing a hat, and there's a little hat on top of the hat right there.
A hat on a hat.
Yeah, there's a hat on a hat.
Yeah.
Very fancy. And even a Mustache Dave needs to get up on this one. But a cool one. Of course, there's only 75 of those, so be quick. And we have other skins to give away throughout the day. So you want to stay tuned for that one. I heard there's maybe a PP Bison coming up very soon. So that is definitely a skin you want to get on your account.
Say it in French, though.
PP Bison.
There we
that
go.
better?
That's what I wanted. Thank you, mate. Yeah, that's
you're
it. It just makes me happy. It's a good start to the day. The Bison. 64 bullets of pain in some installments. For what it is, though, Max, you're right. There will be a lot to give away today, and there will be a lot to win, not only for the viewers at home, but for the teams themselves. Now, we've got a few more bits we'll discuss as well in terms of some of our predictions, overall head-to-head, stuff like that. Try and set the scene a little bit for some of our viewers and give them some better context of, in reality, kind of what we've seen over the past few days. So let's delve into that a little bit and start off with our head-to-head teams. This, of course, is Aurora Gaming, a beast of a squad, up against TT Project that had that slow but incredibly consistent comeback over yesterday's runnings.
I mean, 3 chicken dinners on a day is definitely the right way to describe consistency. Able to get some crazy matches on day 2. Day 1 was very disappointing, but they got a massive comeback yesterday, so all sins have been forgiven for the likes of TT Project. Though I want to look on Aurora Gaming a little bit more. Again, the Aurora Gaming pre-show continues on this head-to-head. At 78 eliminations, just interesting fact, if you removed all of their placement points, Jackie, they would be tied with ARCRED in 6th position, purely off of the amount of eliminations they were able to accrue throughout the entirety of this event. So again, this is a very frag-oriented team, and it really was showcased during the entirety of this tournament, and especially during yesterday's games.
Oh, yeah. I think, look, realistically, as much as it is a bit of a meme at this point, we are talking about Aurora so much. Deservedly, we need to give them their flowers, because I think this is a side that at one point, I still remember that one game where we both sort of looked at each other and said, are they even trying? And how wrong we were with their response back, right? An incredible rise there to get through to the finals in a top 4 spot. And now in the finals, they've been playing with showmanship. And if anything, Max, possibly reeling in some of that over sort of, aggression. We saw times where they actually looked very coherent in turning away from fights and not just investing all of their eggs into one very unsafe basket at times. So I'm glad to see it. TT Project on the other side, though, looked massively impressive. And I think you're right. They made up for the errors they had on day 1 where it wasn't the same team. The squad we were ranting and raving over that were playing incredibly consistently, that went out the window. Well, they came back and wanted to show us that they did look dominant there. We'll move on, though, from the 2 teams. Let's get into our players themselves, of course, in terms of our head-to-head. And we've gone for Rufus and Ruzen. Talk to me, Max.
And the reason why I put Rufus here is not really to talk about Rufus himself, because I think we talked about already a lot about Rufus and Aurora, but over to Ruzen Boss in particular, the fact that his team, 27 plus, are in 13th position, and yet he's putting up such good numbers individually that he's somewhat competing with Rufus for the MVP. I believe this would be one of the first times where I see a team be so low on the rankings with an MVP contender on board. Maybe it reminds me of like Doc actually back on the APG during PMGO of last year. That was a very big surprise MVP award. But Ruzen doing so well, and I'm genuinely so surprised that his team has not been able to get better results, because Ruzen is genuinely such a gem. He is an incredibly gifted, talented player from Uzbekistan. And unfortunately, every time we see them involved in a fight, I feel like, Jackie, these finals in particular, is just Ruzen just kind of carrying his team on his back, and everyone else just getting eliminated, and Ruzen just getting all of these elims. He's looking so good. He literally, in terms of eliminations, pretty much got half the points of his entire team. Ruzen, we need to see more presence around him, very similar to Kino and Champions, where Kino was just getting all of the points for himself. Ruzen needs a bit more assistance in these matches.
And exactly, someone to pass the baton to and back him up a little bit, because as an individual, he has looked red hot. We've seen so many opportunities where this guy shined throughout every stage of the competition. And it's odd because it almost felt like that power level was consistently increasing for the roster he's on as well. 27 plus. It looked like they were getting better and better as we came into the finals. That's petered out a little bit. Maybe just having these top 4 squads back in the competition, it's made them feel a bit more uncomfortable. But it's not been there in the same manner. And it's crazy, isn't it, how with him just sporting such a large total tally of overall eliminations, his average survival time is on the lower side, Max. So he's getting a lot of work done very early. But like you say, the team just isn't able to make it late into games, which with limited opportunities left to impress today, will it just be the Rusen show rather than 27 plus, I suppose?
Yeah, he's just like a butterfly. Doesn't live very long, but he does a lot while he is in the lobby. Very efficient indeed as an individual player. And there's a lot of really strong players, right, from Uzbekistan, so maybe we're going to have a bit of a roster mania happening throughout 2026 to really build that super team from that region, which I think is possible. I mean, you've got other great players like Molodoy. You also have yourself Groza, right, that we saw perform really well last year in PMGO, and he's also got some really good banging moments this event. So I think that if we maybe swap some players around, who knows? Uzbekistan could be a team competing on the even bigger and stronger international stage of PUBG Mobile Esports this year, maybe even in 2027. Though, of course, a lot of storylines are happening there. 27 plus, realistically, race of top 4, not happening. You called it the graveyard, Jackie, and for them, I think their run is really, truly over, except for that MVP award.
Yeah, you've still got the individual accolades to contend for, but for the team itself, I just don't really see it happening. And that's because 2 sides in particular absorbed basically all of the points in the lobby yesterday, and one of them was this squad right here, the young guns of GOAT team that have looked absolutely dominant in every stage we've seen them, Max. Even going as far back as the Eastern European Club Open, they were the big boys.
Really were the big boys back in that stage. But I want to give you a bit of a glimpse into their results of the last 2 days. Chicken dinner on match number 3, 6 eliminations, followed up by a 9th place. Followed up by a chicken dinner, followed up by a 7th place. Followed up by a podium finish with 12 elims, followed up by a 5th place. Followed up by then a chicken dinner. This is a very topsy-turvy team. It's like a roller coaster. When you're watching GOAT team, you never know which one you're really going to get. Their highs are high and their lows are low. But the one reoccurring factor, Jackie, that we know they can do so well with is when Moxie has that hovercraft. If he has it, it's an instant win on board for the GOAT team, and they're one of the most consistent squads in 2nd place. Could also look to get in the Smash Zone on game number 1 on Rondo.
Yeah, dude, honestly, this team has been very mechanically driven. And a lot of that, I think, like you say, does come down to the fact that Moxie has been such a pivotal piece in their consistency on maps like Erangel, because he will just bully you with that hovercraft. But it's the setup of how he plays off his teammates as well, right? Even if he's using it to sort of pincer players, he will keep you so frustrated and then hop out the minute he knows that your attention is turned onto his teammates. He'll backstab and flush you out. He's done that time and time again. And this team is just able to always drive through effectively with a 5-man squad off of one player just sitting comfortably, piloting his way to victory. And that's only one element of their gameplay. Sure, it's been a big backbone for them where they're playing to the meta, right? But they're also consistently making sure they secure early game loot trucks, Max, which, as we've seen, has been a huge boon for the roster consistently. And then you're looking at the fact in terms of how they're actually approaching these games. They're viable in a 2-2 split. They're good in a 1-3 split. It feels like they're never really that uncomfortable, no matter what situation you put them in. And I will say as well, one of the other nice things is when we see them in real life on the player cams, Focusum's done a great job of keeping their energy very high.
Oh, definitely looking really good overall in this one. Though, as you talked about GOAT team, there's no loot trucks on Rondo. So, and actually the one loot truck they do go for is on Miramar. That's at the end of the day, and we don't even know if we're going to have Miramar. So that's going to be something a little bit tricky for GOAT team that they're going to have to keep in the back of their mind. But Rondo, genuinely, we are in a situation, Jackie, where, except for TT Projects, because we don't see TT Project go for the hot drops in Yulin or Neox, GOAT team are adamant of committing to it. Aurora, we know they love dropping in Yulin. We could get in a situation where this is a bit of a stretch, but theoretically it is doable, where we do get a team in the Smash Zone off the back of the hot drop. If you eliminate every single team around you, it could work out. And Aurora in particular, we always go back to Aurora, don't we? When it goes to Aurora, if they do win the fights, even if they lose players, they got this really smart strat, which is top is the recall player. And after he gets the recall, he's the one who goes onto the front line and regroups with whoever survived the encounter in Yulin itself. And if they can do that, they can really farm up a lot of early eliminations. I'm not saying they need to get up to 10 right away, but if they get 3, 4, 5, the chances of them already making it in the Smash Zone in match 1, is going to be through the bloody roof. So looking at Aurora, looking pretty comfortable here on this opening day.
Yeah, dude, honestly, I think they very much can just come out swinging. I think this is effectively going to be a bit of a race between those two teams, with Goat and Aurora just consistently going into this one and looking to prove how damn good they can be in the melee, just brawling their way through some other teams early game. We've seen them have pretty good heads on their shoulders in terms of playing Rondo to its best as well, where you can effectively throw bodies at a problem, get early game points, reset back into it, and look for a good placement finish for both of these sides. So third-party fights, a lot of carnage. Yeah, probably going to be coming our way once we get into that. The one caveat to that I do wonder about, though, Max, is if we'll see any more targeted aggression from the other teams beneath them. TT Project, teams in succession like that, where you're not too far away from having a chance yourself to still take first place overall and maybe get into the Smash Zone. Do you think there'll be much of a change from our other squads around this to possibly target Aurora and Goat team?
I think you want to target some, but I talked about this actually just last night during the PMGO North American show. Teams just tend to have this kind of respect of other squads that we're just not going to commit for it, even though it would better our own situation. We're not going to commit to a fight early game because we just don't want to take that kind of risk, because if we lose the fight, then we're also going to be somewhat out of the race. I want to see teams that have maybe a 20-point gap to close and they literally have nothing to lose towards the bitter end of today. Maybe go for a bit of a Hail Mary send, but outside of that, I don't expect it to happen, which is quite unfortunate, because one of the top teams actually here that we also do have to pay attention to in 4th position is DG77. And one player that we need to highlight massively is Nomi. I think Nomi, I don't know for you, Jackie, back in PMCO EEU, I was a little bit disappointed with Nomi. I feel like he was just getting kind of pulled through the game by Freezer, Prepod, Zadira in particular. But no, here it's flipped on its head. And despite, sure, low survival time, Nomi is the one putting up most of the frags here for the squad.
No, he's actually looked like he's had a big step up for this team and been proving a whole lot more of the firepower. We had highlights from Nomi back then, but this feels like a show reel where it never really ends, right? Yeah. It's just consistently good, so that's nice. I will say the one element that I feel like is a bit unfortunate is a player I was truly sort of raving over, because I know mechanically he's very talented. But Zadira, in terms of his play, where he is a bit more of this off-angle showman that can lock down sort of flanks, be very effective at creating space for the team, feels like he's been targeted a lot more here, where he can't kind of use his normal role to his strengths. And for the DG77 roster as a whole, he tends to be the player that goes down early when they've run into these unfortunate opening fights. And I think that's one of the big knock-on effects as to why we haven't actually seen them do too well over the past 2 days. Yeah,
no, it's been a little bit rough. I mean, Zadira is a player that some days he's just going to have a bad time. I've seen it in previous events, even last year and the year before that some days you just like, you forget Zadira's playing. But when things line up properly, he can come out with a 25-pointer on a day, which this guy, you never want to underestimate him. He's always going to be a menace in these kind of lobbies. He definitely belongs in this kind of environment, and I do believe that he knows. He most definitely knows, Jackie, that he's underperformed. 8 eliminations over the course of 12 matches. Not a good ratio, so do trust the process. He will come back stronger, hopefully, in today's games. As, here we go, also looking at another squad. It's going to be our top 4. It's our podium team. Zerich, FEs, Effect, and Neos for TT Project. And I actually do want to talk about one player, which is kind of similar to what he said about Zadira, right? About FE. Sure, he's on the lower elimination side of things, but I think the angles he gets sets up beautifully Zerich, Effect, and Neos in almost every single one of these situations, because you can see his survival time is very similar to his team. It's not like he's going out early. He's still there. He's just not the core main fragger of the squad, and he's really enabled them to get a lot of those wins in yesterday's 3 matches.
Yeah, I mean, look, TT Project as a whole, dude, it's kind of crazy that we could even not mention their franking power at all, just based off how they can get into late game circles through having very smart plays, good positional setups, avoiding fights, being able to effectively make other teams respect them as well, because you know they are talented in the clash. So it's not as if you're thinking, oh, we can steamroll them. They're just a sort of zone team that's going to be set up. We can just take their compound off them and have their spot for ourselves. But there is that very much big mutual boon of We don't want to poke the hive, you know. We know we're going to get stung by TT Project if we assault onto them. But honestly, for most of these games, we consistently had them getting chicken dinners with 2 to 4 elims, where they were making it through as like a trio, a duo, and only needing to take down half of what remained of a squad to get themselves that gold medal. So it's kind of incredible when you think about the fact this is a team that does have so much to be excited about in terms of firepower, and we haven't needed to see it. It's a weird contrast considering how well they've been doing. Let's move on though as well to Avalanche team. Now again, we're talking about rosters that have talent across the board. This is one of them. I feel like effectively every name here, Max, at some point has had a show-stopping player. No, Tommy's on the lower end there, but he's still been very proficient for this team. More so than ever though, I think we got to give that shout out to Molodoi, who has looked very talented throughout every stage we've seen in terms of how he's approaching fights, now supported by both Groza and Butcher.
But how dare you talk smack of my boy Tommy? He was playing with the Orm yesterday, playing the non-meta weapon. He deserves his respect.
True.
No. But definitely going on to your serious topic of Molodor, yeah, he's been able to put up some massive numbers, some great clutches throughout every stage, realistically, of this tournament, especially making it really well during the previous stage of Last Chance, able to make it in a podium position and kicking it off with a massive 22 elimination on Rondo, which actually... keeping in mind, we are good in Rondo. They've had proven success on that battleground in the past. If they can repeat that, I mean, currently away from 118. A 20 elimination chicken dinner bomb could actually get them close, if not possibly even in the smash zone. But they need to have a good start here because Rondo, with the inflated eliminations coming their way, they cannot afford to fail here. Match 1 is going to be pivotal for all those teams on the cusp of the top 4.
Yeah, it's going to be really important. So let's see. We're going to get some issues resolved behind the scenes and prepare things for this one, guys. So don't go too far away from your computers. We'll be back with our opening game and delve into Rondo in a few moments' time after the break.
Start the wall!
And welcome back, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us there whilst we resolved some technical issues behind the scenes. Hopefully all systems should be go and we should be optimal to kick off the day and get into that exciting prospect that is game one of the finals today. Max, Rondo.
It's going to be the Rondo here, the Rondo madness happening. Though I heard the tech issue actually was Doc was docketing in real life. We couldn't find him. We were looking for him. He was out in the streets outside. We're like, yeah, it took a while to find him. We'll be playing with Aurora. But no, as you said, Rondo, on a more serious topic, is going to be exciting. And I wonder, actually, if we are going to be seeing these big commits from the teams that are so close to the Smash Zone in Aurora, in GOAT Team, in TT Project, committing to some of these early fights in Newlin or maybe Neox Factory, because that can really set a super fast pace at the start of today.
Yeah, perhaps. Let's see. If we get a big game out of this, break over that 118-point barrier instantly and kick things off with an absolute bang, you could be within the Smash Zone and even catch up ahead of the delays we just had, Max. They'd be able to close it down quick smart into the next game if they can get over that match point territory with a big game here. Certainly a possibility, mate. We've seen more than 10 points accrued for both these teams off elims alone countless times, so maybe they don't even need a chicken dinner on the day here.
Hey, you know what? Just do it in just Giga Chat form and don't get a single placement point. Just get the elims you need, chase down teams, and just nade yourself. I'm just like, this is how good we are. We're so confident in our gameplay. Plane path going to go right above the head of Test Track Neox Factory, so that's going to be the good hot drop, which actually we do see Vicious going in that direction. I'm going to say it for Vicious. If you want some hope here for them today, they cannot afford to lose out on those early eliminations. Same also for the likes of Champions, down in 11th position, looking quite rough on yesterday's matches. Though the stretch is happening, and actually a really bad situation about Aurora Gaming is that no one is going into Yulin with them. They're going to be alone, meaning they're not going to get any early game eliminations.
No, not at all. Not unless we get a rotate over from a side like DG77 a little bit later, and perhaps with them not really doing as much due diligence in terms of their rotates previously yesterday, that could actually become a bit of a talking point. But we'll stick with what we've got on screen for now. This is going to be Champion Esports inside of Neox Factory, garnering some early loot to play with up against 27 plus. Nade thrown over towards Aslan Boy. Kino, look at the moves on that. Comes in like a very aggressive bunny rabbit with a shotgun, Max, and slays Aslan Boy.
Good old Kino and Fearless able to get him some work done right away, and actually really good presence from them. They got these two warehouses, southern western edge of Neox Factory, which is good. You're making sure you don't get surrounded from the back, you don't get pincered. So actually I always like playing from the outskirts moving in, but one thing I do highlight every time about Neox Factory is you want to control also this rooftop location. And so far this is fully controlled by ARCRED, the Uzbekistan team, so you've got to be very careful as to how this fight is going to be unfolding. Because making the cross from these warehouses to the main factory portion is always incredibly tough to execute, unless ARCRED get busy with Vicious. You can see on the mini-map on the top side of your screen, they will be looking for a bit of an encounter. And actually, here you go, Vicious going to be clashing. Also, and that, wait. This was the recall player. This was Novalo. I thought we were still Neox. No, we're somewhere else completely. Meaning, if Vicious get eliminated now, Jackie, that is a full squad wipe, and that comeback is shut down.
Ooh, this could be a sticky situation to be in. Let's see if there's a chance for him to answer the call on this one, or if it will very quickly end. An abrupt finish for the Vicious here today. Who do look like they might be cooked, honestly, mate. It's not been looking anywhere near as good as what we had seen previously from them. But none of it's real. So, there we go. It was all a dream.
Whoa.
Max.
You dreamed it. Day 3 is not real so far. We'll be back into it, no worries. But you know what? Aurora will be happy. They're like, oh, we can actually maybe have some teams drop with us this time around. But it's a little scrim. It's a little scrim. Mini TDM here in Rondo were happening for these teams just to get back into it after the tech delay. But it's going to be good to see how teams are going to be adapting to that, because it's, you know, it's esports, Jackie. It's live. It's a live show, meaning sometimes these things happen and you need to be able to adapt. So teams that did take a bill of a nail, you'll have an opportunity to redeem yourself a bit more on that, well, technically second Rondo.
Yeah, there you go. Rondo 2 on the
Electric
last day
Boogaloo.
of
Yeah.
finals. Yeah, run it right back, see how that goes. Well, there you go. There's not much to discuss with that one, mate. As you imagine, it won't really matter. None of it actually has any effect on things. So a bit of a weird start to the day here. Max keeping everyone guessing.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see how things are going to be continuing in our next, well, again, first game of the day. I'm saying next like we just had one. But genuine point, though, I'm going to go very analytical mode because these things, again, as I just said, do happen in an esports format when you're going live. The fact that Narvalo got hot dropped by a full squad, I think that this is going to be some good information for them to get like, oh, this happened. We got to try and adjust on the fly. I can tell you right now in the background, they're discussing what is going to be our strategy because we don't want to get hot dropped by, I think it was 27 plus, right? That just full sent it on their location. So good on them. They now have that bit of foresight to just avoid any early skirmishes and keep the 3-1 split going.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see if anything changes then when we come back in. Fingers crossed it'll be ready to go next time. We'll see you in a moment after the break.
Start the war! Start the war!
Hello everyone, welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us whilst we resolve the issues. It seems like we are finally ready to get into Rondo. Long time coming for this one. Forget what you saw before. This is the real plane.
This is going to be the real match here on your screens. Rondo, new plane, new opportunities for these teams. He's going to head on over from Jadina City over to good old Minhu up northwest. Going to make his way all over Neox. Still, Yulin a bit of a stretch. We'll see if Aurora, just like earlier, we're going to be stranded as a solo team. But Neox itself going to get a little bit hectic at the start of this match. And again, if you guys just joined the show, thank you for joining the stream. And keep in mind that the point threshold for Smash is 118 points. All you have to do is tie it or overtake it, and you will be eligible to Smash here during these upcoming 6 matches. Though Neox, indeed, a lot of teams going to commit to it again. But looking at the split play of Vicious, they need to be careful of a potential drop again on that one solo player.
Okay, let's see if it goes any differently then. Already you can see hot drops coming in on Neox, and Refus makes good moves for one with a backup of Xiao. So Aurora looking to try and farm up as many points as possible early game. Bit of a different flow to things as last time, but there's no real flushes occurring for them, and they're giving up a lot of that potential stock early. So 2 players down with no trades onto the knocks they got. They can pick up their teammates, so it results in nothing off the initial gambit for Aurora's duo.
Yeah, I don't know why they sent it inside of here. It's an area they don't usually play into, so they're not as knowledgeable as other teams that drop there all the time. So that was a bit of a risk taken up, and they will take the 2 players down. Though, over on the other side of the map is going to be MIRACL Esports. Our continuous bridesmaid, never the bride, yesterday got 3 second places in a row, Jackie. That was absolute mad from them, not able to quite convert in the end, but still insane amounts of consistency from a team that I would call was an underdog in this tournament. Didn't really expect them to be close at the very top of the rankings, but those back-to-back-to-back second places put them back in the conversation somewhat. We'll see if they can try and get some big pointers. As TT Project, also usually a team that's very passive, but they want to get in the Smash Zone early here, Jackie. And taking the fight in Neox is a good plan. We'll see if it's going to pay off.
Yeah, will they be able to convert on this one? Meanwhile, you got Icy there falling to R-Star over on ARCRED, with Koa also being hit upside the head. So it's an uncomfortable start for the Vicious, down to just a duo on the periphery of all this commotion that's occurring. Fist just waiting for that run up the stairs, trying to pre-fire and see if he can bait them in. There goes the duo though, testing the waters. It's a good hold. Oh, even doubles up, looking to see if he can full flash onto this and make a boatload of points to start this one off, with a backup arriving as well. Rest of TT Project there in position, quick to grab the loot and look to see what more they can do. Ozarox going down in the meantime as they throw bullets over towards TGM. It's all happening in Neox.
This is great for TT Project because they do get access to those 2 death crates, and they were a little bit stranded here on the eastern edge in that one building, so they were quite low on the loot side of things, but no, the loot just comes right back to them. So they're going to be happy about that trade-off. You can see also in the elimination feed a few more eliminations coming on through. It's going to be Effect here, picked off by Champions. And actually, that's on the complete other side of the map, Jackie, meaning TT Project are down to a trio in Neox Factory. This is going to get a bit dicey here, actually. Well, actually, no, where's Champions over here? They also have a split player demo named Rinjan. Okay, I was getting confused. That's the thing about the 3-1 split. You look at the map feed, you can get a little bit confused as to what's really happening. As the Tomek does find himself 1 player of Afterlife, as they tend to go on that sweeping motion from the eastern side inside of Neox. relatively late once the fight calmed off a little bit, which we are at that stage. TT did get the revive on their member, as Ozarox going to get cornered with the JS9. It's just not going to work out. Champions got to make sure they keep the full squad alive. That was their biggest issue the entirety of this tournament. And so far, no, even here on Rondo, they can afford to take the casualties because they do have a reset player in Ring Jiang. But still, we need to see that full-man squad ready to dominate in the later stages.
They've got to stay alive and get their HP top backed up, as it's all about the longevity on the day for them, realistically. And for TT as well, with how damn good they looked on their consistent run throughout Erangel for taking chicken dinners, if they can actually get enough elims and placement points on this one to break that 118-point barrier, it would be a big boon for them, and realistically could be one of the higher chance conversion teams to actually close it with the smash ruling. So let's see if they can survive through the onslaught that's going to continuously come their way. Champions next to test them. Good lineup on the nade from Atomic. Lives up to his name as he blows them away through the window and shuts down another man. With how weak they are, they could quickly fall though, and Fleek catches line of sight as they cross the road.
I'm very confused as to why Champions are committing. If you look at their loot, they had no meds. They were all on about a quarter HP, a fifth HP. They have nothing to work with, and yet they're looking so adamant on committing to this engagement. Genuinely surprised as to what the reasoning is behind that. Oh, Afterlife, this is typical Afterlife gameplay, going for the third party push. That's a nade, though, looking good onto Zerich, right on the money. Going to send him right down on his knees into submission, as now looking to make the crossover, join the skirmish inside of Neox. Things are getting a bit dicey, but at least Champions were able to find some kind of meds. They did get some players back in healthy condition. So now it's going to be Fearless with the S12K and Keynote. The incredible duo, as Afterlife also involved, and 3 teams in the same building, Jackie. It is getting a little bit hectic.
Yeah, it is getting a bit dicey out there with how this one's being played out. I mean, GOAT team going down as our first squad in the entire game is not what I expected to kick things off here, game 1 on Rondo. So that is going to be a sight for sore eyes for the teams beneath them. Hell, even potentially for the teams above them. It's kind of the dream scenario for Aurora and TT Project to starve out GOAT team from siphoning some of those points and give them a better chance to push themselves into a deep run on this game. Recall utilized there for the TT crew as they'll come back to a full 4-man squad and drop back into the action. Kino with the attack onto Windy. It's a good knock. Let's see if they can flush out the rest of Afterlife and make some more points. They've always got that backup plan of Demo miles away as well. So if it does go southward, they can still recall and reset.
Look at the disparity in his loot. No more ammo left for a shotgun, but he had almost 400 bullets for his main AR. The loot is a bit unlucky here for Keynote, but Fearless, though, still looking good. Could share maybe some loot, some ammo for the shotguns, as they're looking for a quick reset in terms of HP, healing it up, but Zixi just camping the angle on the staircase. Good use of the S12K, scoped in with the iron sight. But Circle is not favoring Neox, by the way, so in the next minute, this entire area is going to be engulfed in the blue zone. The tick damage is going to be added to the equation. So if you're anyone here, even the likes of ARCRED that had a good start, right, they're looking pretty decent, got 6 eliminations for themselves. You've got to be careful, as though that's going to be a good engagement coming on through, able to find Keynote. Now it's going to be Fearless, the 1v1 with Zixi on the staircase, as the movement is still happening, but Zixi has yet to go for the full-on engage.
Fearless with the lean around the corner, wants to go for the swing in, couple quick gut shots, but no full connection there yet. Let's see what more they can do. Will they run the risk of picking up their mate? Kino with a full res. Oh, forces him off. Died back though. Fearless literally is, as he'll be able to win out on that one and shut down the push. Still save his mate in Kino potentially, as look who's arriving to third party. Sneaking up, it's Misha with nades. Few thrown in through the window. Good chip damage. Looking to see if they can convert any more onto this. Misha will go back in. He's on the ground floor though, and they're up top. Oh, the scary prospect is the fact that Kino's so low. So as he dives through the window, he's exposed to Fleek, and ARCRED snatch away those points.
Yeah, good start. Nice third party. Good timing. It's really good for them that the fact that the 2 teams fighting in this building were just so busy, focused on each other. and it just made it so much easier for them to just close that gap and snatch away some few early points, which good to see. 6 eliminations. Sure, they have to go for the 3-man recall, but it's still good in a good start overall for this team that we know has potential, right? But it's still new blood poured in the scene, so I think that expecting them to win their first ever season like this is definitely a tough task at hand. Given time, who knows? This could be one of the strongest up-and-coming teams in the region. There's now Circle Phase 2 did pop, and it's going to be centered up on Danqing, or as I like to call it, Parkour City. Aurora, dead center of the circle, with also Melaz, one player split away from the rest of Ozarox. So some good teams they're looking to be taking up real estate very soon in this zone. As Mishup still stranded, as he's going to get surrounded by ARCRED. They've been really biding their time looking for this third party, and they will find it beautifully. That's their 7th elimination on board. Good start for the ARCRED squad. Actually, 8th elimination. I just counted it. An extra one was secured, so ARCRED off to an insane start on this map.
Yeah, it's big from them, mate. Taking down some notable names and being able to farm up some early points could be the dream scenario if we can have another ARCRED late game victory with this level of elims already being established early into the flow on Rondo. Especially with, as we touched on earlier, GOAT team going down as our first squad here. Opens the door for definitely some of the other squads to get some good momentum. TT Project as well playing a blinder up to this point. They've already got themselves those 6 elims under the belt, so teetering incredibly close to actually being able to push over that 118-point barrier to start the day.
This is the best start you could have asked for TT Project. Though, one player is going to be insanely low, so you've got to be cautious here. But still have one recall. Usually what we want to do is that player that has that extra life wants to be the one to initiate any engages, or at least be the one scouting ahead of the team. That is what you've seen usually with Aurora. Top in particular, he goes for the recall, and then he's the new frontline player. Something for TT Project here in this game would be very nice to see them commit to a very similar playstyle. As DG still got the 4-man, only used 1 recall, and they're going to be holding off a lot of the teams down southwest. The likes of 27 Plus and also Destined to Rise are going to get very close to their location. They've got a decent ridgeline to work with. They definitely know where Destined to Rise are parked up. They got a massive spread, which shows to me an intent at least on gathering information. If they're going to convert that and actually fighting on D2R, that's a different question entirely. But not out of the realm of possibilities of this team to get at least close to the smash zone and being able to convert it in match 2 on Erangel. DG, we know they usually like to play center. They're not edge sweeping team. They love going center, Jackie, usually 2-2 split. Holding down these really strong positions for the entire game. Here, they're going to have to change it up because the center is almost fully unplayable as it's just flat terrain.
Yeah, there won't be too much cover to actually keep you alive into these games. So it becomes a whole lot harder to play around. Here's the move down from DG77 though, as they want to go swift and try and get ahead of the rest of the crew. D2R taking shots towards them. Nomi playing behind the back of the boot there, but it's Prepod that gets the boot. Goes down to Bet. Nice readjustment. Ralph riding on over through the ridge. Nomi spots him. Can Nomi go big mode? That's the question. Decent damage with the AUG, but no full knocks yet. And he's starting to panic a little bit. Surrounded as the 2 vehicles crater over the top of him and absolutely squish him. So DG77 being dug into a very early grave.
Surprised they went for the split without some players on the ridgeline and some players on the low ground, because you just give in a bit of advantage point over to Destined to Rise. So I think that was a good idea initially, but the moment the fight really comes away, you need to regroup on or the ridge or fully disengage. DG were just a little bit slow to respond in that situation. So yeah, we do get, as you say, Nomi completely squished by 2 vehicles. It was a Nomi sandwich. As over to TT Project, FE's already out of this game. The Effect might be following in his footsteps. And as I say that, that is going to be game over instantly for that entire split of TT Project. What an unfortunate turn of events, and that is going to be the end of the line for them. A team that was getting so close to the smash zone, but here it will not be happening on Rondo.
Not occurring, not yet. Gatekeep them for as long as physically possible. Maybe it's Aurora that will surprise us a bit later into this one then, with Goat and TT being taken down early on Rondo. Nadira on the move. Just trying to keep himself topped up with a quick few hits from the bandages, knowing that he's got to bypass another big name squad if they want to get back up towards center zone. This is Champions moving in. It's 27 plus just ahead of them as well. We were highlighting way back at the start of the day how good Ruzen as an individual has been looking. Let's see if he can do anything here against the Champion squad. Hops back in the vehicle. Ooh, good shots down range from Kino. About half HP wiped off him there.
Gotta be a bit cautious here with the Pico bus. Ruzen able to find a decent hiding spot, and actually it's really good. They are actually going to be in between the center of the circle and Champions, so this is going to be forcing Champions to all commit to the fight or go for wide rotate to leapfrog 27 plus. Big southern shift here on circle 4, by the way. Vicious dead center of the circle. This is kind of a lifeline that they were needing for the entirety of this tournament. They do only have the 3-man. That's Narvalo, who was taken out relatively early this match, which is quite unfortunate to see. But as long as you have Icy, there's still hope lingering. He's been the clutch machine of Vicious throughout the entirety of this event. Yeah, look, here you go. Have a good bit of view on the circle. But outside of that compound, realistically, you got a few ridges up northeast next to the roadside. But you have so much unplayable terrain here that you have to all commit some really early cars to kind of just crash them in rocks and trees to survive, and or put down early cover flares and create dips with nades. Compound-wise, there's a very small amount in this game, Jackie, compared to other circles. This is a terrible one for most of the lobby.
This is brutal scenes, mate. Nothing comfortable for a lot of these squads here, and you can see the absolute sea of name tags in the distance with literally tiny divots to keep you out of falling over. A lot of pressure being applied onto 27 plus from the shots from the side. That's going to be mad as well, taking hits onto Avalanche with Tommy going down. Glory goes in, looking to get gory with a shotty and see if he can convert these players into points, and the team will do just that. ARCRED up to 11 points here as they are climbing substantially in this lobby at the minute, especially if they can keep themselves alive and make this trio do work late game. It'd be really huge for them to start things off. Molodoy low, got to pop those meds. Butcher's in the front line behind the cover flares. And Mad yesterday looked super consistent in terms of placements. Can they survive through this fight?
This could be a very important fight between these two teams. If you do win it, you have no teams nearby. So you're going to be able to get a really good sight of where teams are positioned off the back of that, because they got very slight elevation, a bit of oversight on the rest of this zone. So a very big win for whoever's able to come out on top. Or they can both decide to disengage, but seeing their location, I think is going to be quite hard to not commit to that fight. Champions do spot that one player behind the hay bale. It's going to be destined to rise. Ralph. No, again, the guy is a clutch machine for this team. He's been having some really good moments in this tournament, but the blue zone, combined with the insane nades of Fearless, will be enough to put the nail in the coffin. The blue zone will claim his life in the next few seconds. Circle shift now is forcing Champions into the west, down a hillside, meaning a lot of teams could be looking their direction, so they've got to be very cautious here and time it right if they want to survive and make it to that top 10. As you can see, the elimination feed is lighting up. A lot of fights are happening up north and to the eastern edge. And then you have Vicious, clearly here, Jackie, on vacation mode this match.
Yeah, it seems like it. You've been able to just sort of keep their noses out of trouble after the opening moments and sit pretty more so towards center zone, just waiting for everyone else to come towards them later. Hard boy, though, quite the contrary. He wants to fight, he wants to scrap, and with nades primed, thrown towards AMIX, he's looking for an opportunity to deliver some deathly blows. Sees the head of Havlik there. Can't hit it with a weapon. Instead opts to throw the nade back over. They've lost Star, but they've still got this trio that's picked back up. 1-for-1 trade in close proximity as Glory attempts to save his mate, but it's all going wrong quickly. Fleek now has to play medic to get him back up so that this duo can still fight through the split from AMIX.
By the way, AMIX not taking any useless fights early game. This is the AMIX we wanted to see at the very start. Sure, here, encountering a bit of a hurdle in ARCRED, especially with the blue zone kind of forcing them into this fight. But they find Spike. What a good clapback from Glory in the dip, in the open. He should not be able to find that knock, and yet he does. He stands up and dominates. Default, our MVP contender of AMIX now stranded in the distance. It's still not game over. If they do get rid of this solo, they can go for the full team reset. They got 2 players up and 2 players knocked. The blue will have a different plan in mind. As now over to the POV of Aurora Gaming. They've been silent, slowly brewing a potion of success the entirety of this match. Can they deal with their potion? That is going to be the question, as they got a decent entry point up north. The thing is, they will have to wrestle with Ozarox to make that entry point possible.
Defo with the Orc handles glory. This delayed fight's been going on for so long, but it eventually ends with ARCRED getting 11 points on the game before they're taken down by the animals of AMIX. Ozarox still engaging versus Mad as well, with Aurora looking to potentially rock up to the party, arrive fashionably late, and steal away any of these potential points from a third party over the back of the ridgeline. Like you said, it's been quiet, but if they could still get a big finish, add some extra healing sprinkled on for good measure, then this could still be a dominant game from Aurora, one of the 3 squads at the minute that still even have 4 players alive. So a lot riding on a late game for them.
Yeah, a few teams do have 4 players: Ozarox, AMIX, 777, and also Aurora themselves. But that's mostly off the back of the low eliminations of them not getting any fights happening in Yulin. That is going to be a good knock, though, able to be found early on. Hopefully can be converted for themselves, as Ozarox, they're getting bullied out of position fully. Going on the low ground, trying to create a few dips to survive behind those rocks and trees, but even then the nades are just so strong. But look at the map feed. AMIX looking to third party. Aurora versus Ozarox. Sleepfrogging their way into the play zone, trying to hold them off on that high ground. This is a great turn of events. As now, they're going to be aware the team is waiting for them to move their way into the play zone, so you've got to be a bit cautious. As instantly, Dog, good response. Putting the hover flare down to create some cover, and also keeping them hidden from the likes of AMIX in the play zone. There's some good use of utility. As that's it. Final player, Absolute, is going to be eliminated. Mad still getting 5 eliminations, so not a non-game. Able to get something on board. But now, top 7, meaning placement points are indeed going to be flowing the way of these squads. Who will be able to get the Big 10 here with this chicken dinner?
It's a big one. You want to grab your hands onto it and not let go. But for Ozarox, their chance on Rondo, well, that's finished off by the might of 777 on the reposition. So our squad's whittling down more and more. Champions AMIX, Aurora, the Vicious, 777 and Avalanche yet remain, as our 6 teams scrapping to try get into a zone to earn some placement points on this one. Top though, he wants the E-limbs. Finds some damage, good assist from Doc. Rosa ripped to shreds, so Avalanche's day is getting worse and worse the longer this goes on. Top's tapping away in the back line, and Doc's on the move, looking for a sideline angle. Or if he can catch whiff of them, that'll be an instant punishment from the elevated peak up here on the hillside.
And good to see Doc playing with the team. I think especially with Reefus yesterday on that Miramar win, he's having to play with the squad a lot more. And I love this approach of Doc. He gets a perfect opening knock onto Butcher. Gutted right away. Looking for that final straggler. It's going to be Molodoy. The man's been a beast in the past, though able to find himself. Reefus that goes a little bit too aggro will be punished for his sins. Because of that, Molodoy just going far out into the blue. That is going to be 1 point denied away, but it doesn't matter. Aurora up to 6 here already so far, Jackie. 4 more points, and they're already in top 5, and they will be making it in game 1 in the Smash Zone.
Boy, oh boy, here we go. Big moves. This is impeccable scenes being displayed here, but just how far do they go with it? The slick moves. Long time coming on this first Rondo game, but they made us wait for greatness. That's what they're showing. AMIX just off towards the side, though, looking bettered with the temper aggression today. Will they be able to throw a spanner in the works back over towards Aurora's big finish? Looking to light them up. Bullets downrange, the vehicles detonate. That's an isolated Doc cowering behind the tree, but Top ain't scared. He'll punish back. The Mini 14 delivering swift justice over to AMIX, as one man's down on his legs already, and he's already looking for more. Sees Redleg back over, tucked in behind the vehicle, Max. That's 777 panicking now.
If they make it to top 4, they officially make it in the Smash Zone. They will get enough placement points with the elims to actually make it, or just get an extra elimination, and you will secure your spot early. Make it in top 5, as top 5 does provide you 3 placement points. So they're looking hungry. They're playing it slow, which is smart. You don't want to do a mistake. You don't want to miss out by 1 point on the Smash Zone. So to be very, very cautious about their gameplay. Good angle onto 3TN though. The car about to go up in flames. This top is going to be relentless with the Mini 14. Good explosion. Going to be forcing 3TN to move slightly backwards to make sure he doesn't take the damage of that explosion. But still 5 teams alive, and especially Vicious have been very silent. They still have a trio. Did lose Narvalo very early on this game, but they still have the compound, meaning resources-wise, they should be looking very healthy in the finishing moments of this game.
They certainly should, but will they put it into practice? That's the question. Feels like there's been a bit of ring rust at times for this team, so hopefully they've been able to shake that off and get their focus back with the opportunity that's presented itself. I do wonder if for Aurora, if that potential pressure mounting will come back to haunt them. Will they buckle, knowing how close they are to getting into the smash zone? See you later, champions. All right.
Yeah, and that is it also. We do officially have Aurora in match 1 in the smash zone. They get the 6 eliminations. They get the 4 placement points from 4th place. They will be in that position where they could end the tournament literally in the following match. They don't need technically to go for the chicken dinner, but might as well send it, get some extra points in case we do go for all 6 matches today. That will still be helping you out significantly to make sure you make it to the PMGO Season 1 main event in Jakarta. There's also AMIX, their position not going to be in the zone anymore. They created a really good cocoon, a little bit of a nest here with these dips. The circle not going to be too kind to them as they're going to send 2 players on the forefront. Actually, 3 players on the forefront, it seems, straight to the ridgeline of Vicious. But Vicious, 6 nades, Doran can make it rain absolute hell on the heads of AMIX.
Shots on target, good moves. Doran punishing as he will take down Kavik. The cover flares come in slightly too delayed to provide the assistance that they needed. And this is Aurora being lit up. Default frustrated that they've been keeping them penned in for quite some time. And everyone will focus on Aurora now. Hit from both sides. They're losing a lot of their stock as 777 and AMIX punish them and create weakness for teams to abuse. This is the move up from the Vicious. Nades in. It's a great bounce. The detonation hits Havlik as the bouncing bettings go up. And Top gets his revenge on Default. Trade back over there, looking to see if they can steal any more points. Denied out by the Vicious that are looking absolutely ruthless. And 777 just trying to play a slower game, realizing that absolute war has broken out across the battleground.
I would say if you are 777 and you see Vicious taking casualties, it is time to go for the third party. Even Aurora technically could be going for that big push and go on the assault. The siege has yet to begin. But Warrior, he's getting close. He's in nade range. He hears the footsteps of Vicious. He knows where they're hiding. As Doran able to find himself Spike, that is going to be an extra member out for the count. And actually, because of that, that's AMIX fully eliminated, making it in 4th position. Down to the podium on the first game is 777 Vicious and a duo of Aurora in Zyol and Top. The center of the circle is favoring Zyol. 777 Vicious forced in a head-to-head fight. It's going to be a skirmish that could result in our teams taking home a chicken dinner if they keep every member alive. But if they do take casualties, if they do even just get knocked, that could be blood in the water for Aurora to push and snatch away game 1.
A brief moment of respite across the battleground then. The smoke's going down, teams using their ample supplies to try top themselves back up for what could be a very explosive final fight here. 6 on the move with a scouting play. They've got vehicles for the quick rotate if they need it. Nades to play off as well to create some space for themselves. Koa peeks up, sees 3TN. He wanted to deploy some quick smokes. Ooh, the launcher will at least deploy that one, giving them a little bit of space, but the move up could be good from the Vicious. Nades on target, Warrior dangerously low. A follow-up could blow him out of commission, and Doran looks to prime it slightly too far over. He'll reply with one of his own as he cooks a nade right back, and Aurora debating if they can get a third-party peek on this. It'd be Top from behind the vehicle with the Mini 14. We know how deadly he can be, but will he commit to the swing?
Are we going to have a stage 9 Mini 14 elim? Well, apparently not with a Mini. No, he's going to go straight with the AUG. 3x scope locked and loaded onto Warrior. And the thing is, now Vicious, they see that on the elimination feed. They might want to try and even get more aggressive as Zyol way too far in the fight will get spotted and punished. That's going to be Icy to pick up that point. GG, well played. up to now double digit. Where was this Vicious on the first 2 days here, Jackie? The first 2 days looking terrible for this squad. And now they're going on that redemption arc. 10 elims, 3 for Dorian, 4 for Koa, and 3 for Icy. They are looking good. They're back in the full swing of things.
Yeah, complete change of confidence. Looks way better. But has it come early enough in the competition to give them a chance to get back up into that top 4 comfortably? That's the question. It could be a big point earner at least. 10 elims. Trying to get their fingertips on the 10 placement points as well. Top falls in the 1v1 as they'll take another elim. Doing it the hard way here are the Vicious. And it all comes down to the final fight then versus a weakened 777.
You could see Top was hesitant. Do I deny to Blue Zone? Do I go for the fight? He's like, screw it. I'll go for the fight. Win the smash zone. I do appreciate still the attempt though. 777 pushed up, surrounded. But the nade is massive. It's 3TN. The double whammy is there on Dorian and Icy. Though Koa stands tall. Left in a 1v1 scenario. It's going to be 3TN. And he's going to be going on down. It is going to be your chicken dinner. Headed the way of our squad. It's going to be Vicious. Unfortunately, not able to make it work out too much. It was down to the 1v1, but they will be getting your chicken dinner. What an insane way to start off day 3 for this squad.
An eruption there from the teammates. You can see the excitement all round as they're very proud of themselves to close that one down. There you go. Vicious coming at you swinging as they will be able to deal some big moves on that one. And get the celebration in. 777 close, but no cigar in the closing moments of our opening game. We'll have a look back at the highlights of the final blow. A lot of big talking points off of game 1 on Rondo then.
Yeah, I got a little bit confused at the end. I was like, wait, actually, who got it? It was down to the final shot, and it was very close, the POV swap. But that was still going to be looking good for Vicious. But that initial nade of 3TN literally unlocked the potential win. Then they were all stacked up. It really goes pinpoint in the middle of all 3 members. He even gets some damage down onto Koa, but Koa stands tall, does get himself that final knock and flush, and converts this into a massive chicken dinner here to kick off day 3. And Vicious wins 7th position before this game, right? Just behind the likes of ARCRED, Avalanche Team, and DG77. This game genuinely might just put them in top 5, and they could be in contention for that LAN event ticket.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We always assumed they would be one of our top 4 teams. So the fact that they've been floundering so much over the past 2 days, it was looking very scary. Where I was even saying, I reckon it could be cooked for a mate. I don't know if they will be able to make it in, but this is a way better display of what they can do. The truest test of Vicious that we've seen in a fair few days. So glad it's come now. Late is always better than never, with a big step up on that one. A 93 elim game Rondo that resulted in Aurora getting into the smash zone and Vicious mounting the beginning of their comeback to at least be within top 4 potentially come the end of the day.
Oh, we do have 100 knocks on that Rondo game. Not quite 100 eliminations, but 100 knocks. I will take it as your game MVP. Of course, in the background, he's just peeking over the ridge line. He will beat Koa, apparently, which not really too shocked. It is going to be part of the winning team too. I'm not sure if we have anyone else that could be actually a top fragger above the likes of Koa, but they got himself a central position very early on. I would even go to say, Jackie, very TT Project-esque, right? Getting central position, zoning teams away efficiently, just kind of focusing on getting to that true late game with almost a full squad. They did lose Narvalo early game, but still a really good showcase from them. And leaderboard's going to get really crazy, but now it could end at any point of today as Aurora do make in the Smash Zone. Next game, they're going to have a massive target on their backs.
Oh yeah, you will. You certainly will. Everyone's going to want to try and run you down. They're going to know if you get that victory, it's all over. For some of these teams, they might not mind if it means they're within the top 4, but for other squads, Max, you're certainly going to be looking to try and stop them from completing the tournament off the back of the Smash rule. Like we got a little bit of a sneak preview on, with Goa always looking for a fight over the stats. He is going to be the MVP of the winning team there. Big game from him, a player we've been excited when he's been performing, and it's been nice to see him play well. Obviously, there was a bit of a fall-off from the team, so he wasn't up there as much in the past couple of days. But back to business now is Koa.
Very happy to see some more support built around Icy. Even Dorian had some really good moments this game, but I think that Icy was just left kind of solo in a lot of situations, especially in some of the previous Miramar games. So now it was definitely more of a team-wide effort, which is definitely what we were hoping to witness from Vicious. So they're bringing their A game to the table, able to cross their T's and dot their I's. As Flicker actually going to be our top player of the game, despite having one less elimination compared to Koa. He will be up there in terms of overall damage and also in terms of overall knocks. So it's going to be the good old ARCRED up there. And actually, they had a really good initial drop, right? Going back into Neox Factory, they were sweeping everyone, got every single squad wipe in that particular location. So this is the start that ARCRED wanted. As a 6th place team here, Jackie, they could be also looking to close that gap with a big top 4.
Yeah, see how far they can go with it if they really can get themselves into a really ideal position within the top 4 and close it down. I mean, some great moves. Team came out swinging, and that's all we can really ask for. We can have a look back at how some of those results came to be from our highlights off of Game 1 as we get a bit of a glimpse of the carnage. It was a scary early start for Aurora as well, I won't lie, mate, with the opening gambit of going from the 2 hot drops into Neox, something we haven't seen them do for quite some time, if even that much at all throughout the week of play. They went for it, didn't really work out, but they still got their great prospect achieved on this one in the end game.
I think what was going on behind the scenes for them is just they were saying to themselves, why not? Let's just send 2. We got a recall. The plane did not favor anyone sending it over to Yulin, so I think they knew we're going to be alone in Yulin. If we want to get some early limbs, might as well just send even just a duo, get an elim or 2, we'll get way closer down to single digits against the Smash Zone. It did fail completely. Really, it did not work out whatsoever. I think that was the overall reasoning for them, but it doesn't matter that much because they still do get themselves in the Smash Zone. I was looking at the replay, again, that 3TN grenade, just enabling a potential chicken dinner, but quite a really good jump here on the side. It was a left side peak too, which normally is slightly weaker, but with the S12K, he does prevail and take home a 24-point chicken dinner. Massive kickoff to day 3 for Vicious.
Yeah, great game. Great game for them. Way better test of what the Vicious can do, as we said. So exciting to see them being able to bring back some of the momentum they had earlier on in the tournament. Teams beneath them there being the 12 points that have gone the way of the Aurora squad, the 777 pickup of 13 of their own, and a little bit of a better run from Champions and ARCRED. Obviously for ARCRED, they're going to be more willing and more happy, I'd imagine, with the result on that game than Champions, somewhat being a little bit further down the rankings. But it is what it is, mate. Yeah, fairly tasty first game there in terms of the teams that gain points. One of the sides I was surprised that didn't get anything on that game at all, though, Max, was GOAT. They were gone in seconds.
Yeah, instantly just dropping out of that lobby. The hot drop did not work out at all, as they were hoping for. They went for the Aurora approach, but here just did not work out whatsoever. 103 points, and it's especially bad because TT Project got 6 points, meaning TT Project should be our new 2nd place squad. That's going to be looking quite terrible for GOAT. They're going to be starting to slip as DG77 also get a point of their own, so they're able to close that gap slightly because GOAT got the big bubble this game. So we know GOAT has been very consistent, so I'm not going to be ringing the alarms just now. I think they're still going to be comfortable when it comes to remaining in the top 4. But because Aurora could end it at any point in time today, if they keep slipping and they are outside of top 4 right as they convert the chicken dinner, we could lose out on GOAT in making it to PMGO Season 1.
Yeah, exactly. It's a scary prospect for them, so they can't really afford to have any more slippery results. They're going to keep their heads switched on. They looked good yesterday in terms of consistency to stay up there, absolutely climbing. Felt like they were going to be our #1 team come the end of the day. But quickly we can see that possibly the stature is changing hands. So if they have another rough start here, and there's a timeline where we do get an Aurora Big Smash rule, it could all be over in quite an unfortunate fashion for them, with how hard they've been fighting for not even just a week of play here, Max, but even a couple weeks ago back in the Club Open to have this chance, right? It's been a hell of a grind for them throughout the grassroots open circuit to be so close to getting those tickets to Jakarta.
It's really tough when you have to make it through the in-game qualifiers, then your initial start of PMNCs or PMCOs based on your region. You make it so far and you just fail at the very end, which we're just doing hypotheticals, right? We're not saying they failed,
yeah.
Right? They're still definitely looking quite comfortable at the top of these leaderboards. But it does get a bit shaky, especially with, again, the Smash ruling. It really just throws a span in the work that if you do slip at the wrong time, your entire tournament could be over. But back, just to bring it back to Vicious, especially good they get a win here because Aurora get in the Smash Zone. If they did delay their comeback a bit more, I think that comeback opportunity would just completely disappear, and it's going to put them into a good position. As here we go, our first look at Day 3 rankings, and Aurora up there over the point threshold of 118 with 120 points. But TT Project are also jumping up and overtaking our previous leaders of GOAT.
And Vicious not in top 5, but in top 4. They've been able to push Dagestan down one spot and take 4th for themselves with 101 points. Ooh, getting spicy then. A lot of teams that are just on the precipice of being within the splash zone here. Smash zone even. The splash zone's where Aurora are, mate. Sat comfortably, having a right good old time. It's a nice summer's day for them, Max. 120 points. All it would take is one chicken dinner, and that would be it, said and done.
Yep, that would be all they need. Even the 0 elimination chicken dinner, which could happen, I've seen it before, could be enough to convert it. But yeah, as you said, Vicious, big storyline, able to jump up an extra 3 ranks, leaving 7th place in the dust, now picked up by ARCRED. It actually does suck a little bit for ARCRED, because I would say they had a banging start. They got a ton of eliminations in Neox, and yet the teams around them just did so much better that they're getting pushed down in the dirt. So it's still an opportunity for them to make that happen and get close to top 4, but it is going to be tough because teams you can see, even with the likes of Vicious and DG and even TT Project, are getting very desperate. Sometimes it will cause you to make mistakes, but sometimes, like Aurora, it will force you to get these big games, and you'll get it, and you're going to be looking great in the overall overarching scheme of this event. Though, second page, not really. You said it right, the graveyard, and I'm going to say this is now turned fully in the graveyard. It could have been possible for these teams to do well, but because the Smash Zone is now in effect, this comeback, there's going to be so much pressure. You're going to do mistakes. I think this bottom portion of the leaderboards is just fully done for this event.
I'd agree. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, right? It just doesn't feel like there really is that many opportunities for the teams this far down with how quickly the tournament could close now in one foul swoop. And a lot of our teams that are really going to, you'd hope, be dialing it in even more, knowing that now you could have it end even if you're playing well, even if you're mounting a comeback. You don't have the safety of 6 games today. You could just have Aurora end it, so you've got to play your best PUBG Mobile to stay within the safety of those top 4 spots to guarantee you actually get the prize money, the glory, the tickets to carry on with the scene and actually develop throughout the rest of what's yet to come this year and some of our biggest competitions yet. So yeah, dude, it's going to get way harder for anyone outside of that sort of top 5 to 6 teams to do too much with this today, in my mind, especially the teams down on the second page of the rankings.
The main issue also is that we also mentioned this, especially back during Knockout and also Last Chance, which is this tournament is not all about PMGO Season 1. It's about PMGO Season 2. It's also about PMWC. It's about PMGC, because you do get PMGC points off the back of these grand finals. And if you don't do well, unfortunately, even a comeback in Season 2 could really hinder your potential opportunity to make it to those bigger events. So it's going to be tough, because right now you've got teams at the top that, are we expecting them to slip throughout the rest of 2026? I don't really, and it's going to be really tough to take down these big dogs in these games.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a bit more of a fun one for the viewers at home as well in terms of trivia here, Max. The reason why you may notice all the branding this time around is orange in nature. Of course, this was based on our winning team from the last time around. So opportunities for this to have quite a swanky blue colour if Aurora carry on.
That's fun. I didn't know that, but yeah, you would want like turquoise, right, for Aurora if they do take home the win. I like that, actually. That's cool. You kind of decide the branding of the next PMGO season. That's a cool concept. It's like you create your own skins, but it's the format of the tournament. What color would you make the tournament if you were the champions? Yeah, Jackie.
I'm quite a big fan of orange, so I'd be selfish. I don't mind. I don't mind how it looks. I've always enjoyed orange, mate. Got an orange mouse, Matt. You know, the Netherlands is very orange, so yeah, that's good for me. That works. But I don't know. It'd be a shame if it was kind of just like a muted color. Teams with white jerseys, just we have to make it all white.
You can make it look good, right? I think that white, it's down to how original you can be with the branding. Personally, I would make it turquoise because it's my favorite color, so a little bit biased for Aurora color, yeah, on their logo. That is going to be looking good. But also, guys, keep in mind that if you do want to look extra snazzy in-game, you can do so right now by or entering the redemption code or scanning that QR code, and you can get the Snow Ward Stranger helmet with a little hat on top of the helmet and a mustache. It's looking really fancy, so make sure to secure it. There are only 75 available, and we mentioned it earlier. There's also a PP Bison, or as Jackie likes me to say, a PP Bison coming later on the show, so stick around for that because we're going to get some good loot for everyone here in the chat.
Yes, we will. You'll all be getting some beautiful swag. That's stuff we all get to take home. Although it will only be 75 of you per item, so please be quick to redeem those. If there's a lot of people watching today, you're going to have to be fast with scanning that QR code. Especially if the show ends abruptly, Max, because you never know. Aurora could just run away with it with a smash rule victory, and then maybe there's no chance for any of this.
Yeah, I mean, they could really take it home here with a chicken dinner on Erangel. They know it like the back of their hand. They drop Military Island. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and theorize a little bit here. If you are a team that wants to bide a bit more time for yourself to make a bit of a comeback, and especially looking at teams at the bottom, like looking at... actually, prime example, Champions. They drop where? Western Bridge, Ferry Pier. Which team usually crosses bridges? Aurora. If they want here, they can get rid early game, not even get fully rid, just wound them, get rid of a player or two, and kind of hinder your Mongolian brethren. That would be a really good strategy for Champions if they want to just delay the end of this tournament and create a bigger opportunity for themselves to get a comeback, get into top 4, and then let Aurora smash. That could be a genuine strat. We've seen in the past, for those who watch PMSL CSA, where 4 Thrives sometimes will go and gatekeep APG in those previous tournaments. It's a strat that worked previously, and it could work here on Erangel.
It very well could, and I wouldn't be surprised with how much the Mongolian Magnet was a big element of when those two teams are in the lobby together. We've seen them sort of being pulled towards one another and fighting, so maybe that's a timeline there. Obviously, that kind of is the scary prospect now, because you are sort of changing this risk-adverse nature of thinking, oh, we don't actually need elims, from a team that the only thing they know how to do is go for elims. So will it come back to haunt Aurora? We'll see. But this is what we're working with. The potential 5-game spread that is ahead of us. 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars. That's if we make it there. If one of these teams doesn't close it down with a smash rule victory. Right now, 118 points being the barrier to break into, to be within that match point range. Aurora, the only team that's already got there, but a couple squads close behind.
Yeah, definitely a few are going to be trying to make that jump upwards, like the Vicious with that first chicken dinner on Rondo. And Vicious really is... they actually looked really good on day 1 on that chicken dinner. They did get chicken dinner with 12 eliminations, but after that, they kind of disappeared. We cannot afford to see similar things here on day 3. Vicious need to find that continuation, that momentum, build upon your first chicken dinner of the day, and who knows, maybe also look to take home the crown. As playing path is going to be from Milton Power all over to western portion of Georgepol. Quite nice for most of these teams, except for those that like to go around Severny, maybe a bit of a stretch, even Primorsk for TT Project. You know the storylines, you know everything as to what you should be paying attention to on this game, and things are going to get dicey once again on the grassy pastures.
Yeah, will you be sliced up quick if you make mistakes? So bring your best, show us your A game, and leave no stone unturned here. Lot riding on this one then for the potential for the teams just within touching distance of getting into the smash zone, and of course for an Aurora that could be targeted and let it slip through their fingertips to close it early. GOAT team had a horrific start to the previous game, went out in 16th place a couple minutes into the action and got no points for their initial game of the day. Here, maybe they have an early run-in versus the old Aurora crew on Sivnovska. We'll see as the drops do come in.
Looking also at the loot truck pathways. It's going to be TGM, Vicious, also having an easy time getting that, even Afterlife in Severny. So that's going to be some inflated loot. And even if they can't use those loot truck weapons, they can still just give the death crate over to an enemy team and get looted. So usually, if they do get looted, you'll see them towards the late scenario, if teams have time to get to those death crates. It's just going to be kind of increasing the ceiling of top-tier weapons in this lobby. Same also for the likes of Champions, Aurora. Goat usually do also like on this island to go for that loot truck on the eastern coast. They got to be cautious because Aurora are going to be nearby. He's on the bike. It's Doc and Top on the bike. The homies making their way to their drop location. How cute. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, just cycling towards victory.
Ecotation, we call it, yeah.
Yeah, dude. No need to burn fuel. You might as well do it the green way here on Erangel. This would be a nice start for a mate. Little relaxing bike ride, get some fresh air. Maybe this will help them get a chicken dinner.
Yeah. You know what? Just don't go for cars. No, don't go to the buggy. Yeah, just I would love if they get a chicken dinner just using the bike to rotate the entire game. And it is actually, the bike is very silent. No joke, it is insanely silent. So if you want to just pull up on a team and they have no idea you're coming, bike is a good idea sometimes. You have even some teams I've seen what they do is they keep a bike in the backpack, fold the bike, and just keep it in the backpack. And if your cars are exploded, you're behind a rock, unfold your bike, start moving. It is not a terrible option. So we'll see if that is going to come into play as the loot truck is going to get peppered by TGM. And they're hoping, maybe, putting their hands together, praying they get an MG3 because that could really turn the tide in this match.
Yeah, no surprises there. TGM getting an early game loot truck on Erangel. We've seen this time and time again, although it's not really helped them too much in some of the more recent games. They were having a bit of an unlucky run. They're not in the worst position to potentially show us a bit of momentum on this game, but obviously in terms of the overall standings, not really realistically been the dream for them. So we'll find out how they perform the longer this one goes on. Curious to see what we'll get out of GOAT team as well here, if they'll have another sour start, or if this map could be better for them to potentially push into the Smash Zone themselves, as they were very good on Erangel yesterday. That's similar, though, to the sort of sentiment we can say about TT Project that are on screen now. Obviously, they were unbelievably consistent in that race versus them and Mad. 3 games on the trot. It was TT Project and Mad Esports that were in the top 2 back to back to back. They were never able to actually wrestle away that victory from TT Project, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate for the likes of Mad Esports. Hopefully they'll be able to convert a chicken dinner today. Now, that'll be great for this team to get it under their belt. But with that said, guys, this game was also a dream. This game never happened to begin with. We will have to have a rehost for match number 2. I know it's unfortunate, but these teams will have to go for a quick reset. Don't worry, though. We'll be back very soon with our next game here, our next attempt at Erangel. But so far, the drops were looking really good, Jackie, I would say, with the plane path and everything. No early altercation. This is typical early Erangel. That was very happy to see teams taking this game insanely seriously.
Yeah, they were. But you never know if they knew that we didn't know that they knew that it wasn't actually a real game. So maybe that's one element of why it went down that way. We'll find out. They'll get things cooking behind the scenes, and we'll see where we go from here then, Max. More to come today, you'd imagine, in a couple moments' time. Yeah,
it's going to be exciting to see who's going to be able to take themselves the second chicken dinner of today. But I'm looking at Afterlife in particular. Sure, this is a team that we mentioned a few times, teams on the second page. The hope is just not there. They had some good presence in this previous game of Rondo. I think that just for the extra bit of glory of getting high up on the rankings, maybe even just peeking into the top page would be a great achievement. They got good northern position drop in Severny, get access to that loot truck. I think that this is a team that maybe, sure, not a lot of people were looking at them as like a favorite or anything, actually more like an underdog. But there's a lot of potential for this team in the long run, especially Windy, right? We talked about Windy so much during the entirety of this tournament and even the previous one in PMCO EEU. So good on them keeping to try taking this very seriously and showing what they have in their arsenal in this kind of level of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yeah, still trying to play to a consistent degree and see what they can bring out of it. Yeah, a lot of big topics to discuss. We're kind of running through them all because we've had so many begins and ends to all of these games, mate. A bit of a weird flow to it, so it's made it a bit harder to kind of translate some of that over. But don't worry, guys. Real key prospects will keep you switched on for when we have things on our screen here. But we'll come back in a few minutes' time. So stay locked with the stream. We'll return when we're ready to go for Game 2 in a sec.
Start the wall!
Hey, welcome back. Like Max is wishing for, fingers crossed, all things smooth from here. We'll see how it goes, Max, as we hopefully start to get ourselves back into the action sooner rather than later here.
Yeah, I mean, very important for these teams is to also be well rested. So maybe during that break, taking a little nap, being well rested for the games to come is going to be important. But again, quick reminder, we do have one team in the smash zone here that is going to be Aurora. Could be ending the game at any point in time today. So that's going to be, of course, a very big factor going back into this one. But here we go, another attempt at Erangel. Plane path is going to be headed from Stolber down to what I believe should be Primorsk. So again, actually this is going to be a way better plane for the likes of TT Projects. They're going to be loving this one. Really happy on their drop location. And hopefully, I do wish we will see Top and Doc here, Jackie, back on the bike for the eco-tation. They were looking so cute earlier. It was so nice.
It was very cute, mate. It was a nice ease into a game. Different to what we had had previously. I'll give you that much. We've had hot drops, we've had carnage, we've had slaying, and then we just had a nice little bike ride, which was beautiful. So yeah, maybe we'll see a bit more of that. It's slightly different in terms of the plane path, so you imagine the drops will be different here as well. Aurora are going to be riding it out for as long as possible, though, so they can still try and gravitate down to where they want to be on the military island.
No, also I have to say, during that break, I was able to play a game of TDM and I lost. So, sorry to disappoint. Didn't work out for me. I was playing on my phone. But hopefully, these guys have that TDM skill ready to go at a moment's notice. As the drops will be nearly similar, except for Goat will be going for their Kameshki drop, which they're very experienced with. They've gotten themselves some strong games from that location in the past, so I wouldn't doubt them too much for this early stage. And again, TGM good for Eastern Yasnaya Polyana. We'll be able to get control of the loot truck. Similar also for the likes of Vicious in Pachinki and also Afterlife in Severny. Very northern Phase 1 circle. So going to be tough for most of these southern teams. And Goat loving the fact actually here, Jackie, right? They didn't go for Novo. Kameshki Stolber, they're just next door on the eastern side. They're going to love this initial setup for this game.
Oh, this is the dream for them. Yeah, a change of plane path and a change of circle, making their life a little bit easier there with the early dropout. And obviously not wanting to run into a team like Aurora, the Aurora man them early and be knocked out of the flow of things. So maybe this will be a good opening gambit for Goat, and they'll be able to actually get some loot and play a bit of a better game out of it. Means though, Max, maybe this also does work out in a way though for Aurora, where they could avoid a lot of fights early, other than possibly running into champions amidst their rotate over the bridge. But yeah, maybe they'll actually be able to sort of just stay alive until late game, because all they need is a win. That'd be it. That'd be a smash rule victory. So elims and everything else kind of goes out the window. It's a very different mindset you'd hope Aurora are bringing to the table now.
Exactly what you said. It's really going to be good for them because there's not going to be Goat team just lingering on the eastern bridge area next to Nova Ripnoia. So that's going to facilitate a potential rotation. Though, quick highlight again, I did say it. Could be a little bit of an issue when it comes to the western bridge with champions. If you're Aurora, you might want to try and dodge it. As we do see, though, TGM's POV for a second. They did explode the loot truck early game. Maybe got even some better RNG this time. Maybe some P90s, which really, I know I keep talking about the MG3 as like the best weapon in the game, and I do believe it is. But in the hands of pros, the P90 looks like really is just way better. It's just so consistent. The recoil is easy to control. You've got 50 bullets in the mag. I think most of the players here hope to get a P90 as a secondary, because long range, the MG3 is not great, meaning you would have to replace the MG3 with your main AR, so you're not playing with an M4 or an AUG. You're playing MG3 and possibly a shotgun. So P90 is the best airdrop weapon in this type of lobby at this level of play in PMGO EEC8. And there could be quite a few, because again, 4 loot trucks on the map, plus the airdrops, that's a lot of airdrop weapons that could be thrown in this match.
Yeah, a lot of bits, a lot of bobs. Collect those, put them together. That's bits and bobs, Max. That's what you need to close down an important game like this. So yeah, we'll definitely see if that's a hot prospect, right? Loot trucks have been very lucrative for a lot of our teams that have been able to get their hands on them early. and curious to see if we'll actually get an opportunity for a big explosive finish with some of those weapons ripping through a few of the other teams. GOAT have been very handy whenever they've been able to get them, and of course based on their center location towards the zone, if they can wrestle Severny off of Afterlife, well, this could be the dream start for them to have a complete contrast of the game they play back on Rondo. You'd be forgiven if you'd forgotten it for the viewers at home. It was a fair while ago now, but obviously they went out first, right? Or our opening team that were taken out. So maybe here they can change their fate, as they were looking like they might have possibly even been the squad to break into the Smash Zone first, to be honest with you, mate, with how they played yesterday.
I mean, it was between them, TT Project, and also the likes of Aurora that realistically could make it happen in match 1, and only one of those teams did make it come to reality. So yeah, TT Project here also talking about them into Primorsk, making a quick dash over to the western edge of Quarry. Also, there's a really good highway here, so it's very similar to Miramar. If you guys know Miramar and Erangel, we've got this highway just kind of taken up the entire length of the map on that side, and there's not a lot of really good defensive positions, so typically it's a very easy, straightforward rotation, which is what you're seeing on your screens from both FEs and Effect. And so we'll get pretty close to Hospital and also residential area of George Pole. Not a terrible position to call home for the early stages at least. But GOAT team, as we also talk about them, they drop Stolber Kameshki, almost getting to the dead center portion of the circle, which is going to be looking really fancy outskirts of Severny. But good to see, not a single elimination on board, and no one really trying to ruin it for Aurora, so we didn't see any team trying to go for the big hot drop, which for them they're going to love. And they didn't change their drop location, so they can just play their typical playstyle on Erangel. They're going to be loving it. As Destined to Rise, set up shop here on this road trifecta.
Yeah, pull in, park up, and get themselves situated. Make sure those vehicles are as protected as possible for now. Do a nice bit of parallel parking. Oh, Ralph. Well, I don't know if he'd pass his driving test, but it's acceptable for what he wants. It's acceptable for what they need.
I had some issues too with that when I was passing my driver's test, so I get it. I get it. He gave it a fair shot. Oh, it is going to be hidden behind a wall, though. Afterlife did not scout ahead of time. That's an instant punish move from Destined to Rise. Windy just going to pick up the pieces here and just scurry away. Not worth it. Ravo also in the distance, at least knowing now a team is here. It could have gone way worse. You could have lost the entire team upon making that transition to road trifecta. At least they just get one. So that could have been way, way worse in that scenario. So they can count their lucky stars on that one. As another team that's going to be parked up is going to be then GOAT. They got a massive split here to the east of Severny. They got especially control of this high ground warehouse, which is great for scouting long distance and keeping your cars hidden inside the building. So I think the GOAT of that position alone has been proven time and time and time again in this type of lobby that it is going to be a strong launching point in this match. So I think the GOAT know exactly what they're doing with the overall approach on the terrain.
When you talk about the approach on terrain, we can see slowly but surely a bit of movement up there from Aurora, finally beginning their passage over the bridge. And champions are already quite far up towards Ruinside as well, so they don't seem like they'll be running into them just yet. They should have a bit of a safer rotation pathway, so we can possibly discuss a bit more Aurora gameplay the longer they survive into this one. Fingers crossed in their minds for a big chicken dinner. That's what they're going to be investing onto. You can see the other squad starting to hustle over as well. You got Avalanche coming in there from the east side, and then the move up from 777. So everyone getting themselves centered up towards the zone a little bit quicker here.
Quick update on the circle. Yeah, didn't see a bridge camp from champions. They instantly sent it over to Gatka, now next to Everest. So that does mean, knockoff effect, Aurora do have an easy cross on the Western Bridge. No gatekeeping whatsoever this game. Circle shift. Oh my, okay. Well, you guys don't see it on your screen. Hopefully it'll come up very soon. This is 50% water. This is literally the worst circle ever for any Southern team. The only teams really in the circle right now would be Afterlife, Destined to Rise, GOAT, and also Mad. Look at the instant pull up. Everyone gets in their car, Jackie, just like... This is a terrible circle. There's not many compounds. We need to get there first, or otherwise we have to fight for those spots.
Yeah, you gotta go, and you gotta go quick if you want to have a good finish in terms of hard cover to play with on this one. Darling from D2R, though, looks to take the fight straight towards Afterlife as the nades are thrown in towards the building. Ooh, the spray down, lay down. There's two players from D2R get clotheslined on entry there, but they do get the backstab off with bets coming in through the back door, and they'll at least be able to pick up their teammates.
We might see AMIX actually want a piece of the pie. Maybe looking to be a bit more touch and go on this match. A bit more venturesome. As Goat also do see what's happening in this compound from a distance, so there's a lot of potential third parties that could be happening. Sure, it's Circle 2. Who would third party Circle 2? But when it's 50% water, you pretty much have Circle 4. We do speed run this game. Windy looted the MG3. Good pre-fire around the corner of the door frame, but unfortunately, he's going to get fully surrounded. That's Goat team up already to 1 elimination this game, and Afterlife, their run ends on early here on Erangel. That's it. Game over. 0 points for their troubles.
Yeah, see you later, Afterlife, as they're finished off quick, smart, and already Goat team grabbing their bits and bobs.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, you a free MG3 for that? Hell yeah, we just get 1 point and also get that for free. Just snatching that extra loot from Severny. That is the best trade-off Goat could ask for, and actually especially good, right? Because Jackie, they could get in the smash zone off the back of this game. Getting that weapon on Circle 2, when you know he's going to be very crash-centric because of the circle, that could literally turn the tides in their favor.
Oh, not looking good for the Aurora fandom, though. As you can see, Reefers pulling into the zone has instantly clashed versus champions. Oh dear, the fitting element of this one seems to have come to fruition as the two Mongolian teams find each other, and already 2 players have been eliminated. Top and Reefers out of the runnings early. They go zooming into the zone, and this seems to happen far more commonly than you'd think for Aurora. They try and force the issue for a better position, and it's not looking good in the battle of attrition there.
Genuinely, I like being critical. Like, even Dog gets picked off on the car there, on the moving vehicle. No escape confirmed by Freeze-Off. DG77, luckily enough, Ziol does find a shed, but he's even getting peppered from a distance. He gets there, hides away with literally just a few HP remaining, instantly pulling the trigger on the first aid. But I can't be critical on this circle realistically because they are a southern team, and this is the most northern circle you literally can have on Erangel. I think it was almost an impossible scenario chucked their way. So because of that, it does not work out whatsoever. And the gatekeeping on the south really caused their demise. The circle does actually pull back down south. So we're back to more regular state of affairs here, Jackie, as we do not have that much water involved. So teams going to have a bit more respite in this game. As DG actually a decent position. A team that was looking to be nice and comfy in the top 4. They're looking to get a big match this time around.
Yeah, big game indeed. Could certainly be that prospect for a few of our teams here in particular. I'm looking at that roam over from TT Project, Goat team that are armed like absolute savages with the weapons they've been able to acquire this early. And then Vicious as well, that look good to start off the day back on Rondo. We'll see if they can translate some of that smooth play once again into the action here.
Things kind of came to a halt here after that big dash of Aurora, and also Afterlife taken out of the equation early on. We are going to be on the outskirts of shooting range for most teams, except for the likes of 27 Plus, and also AMIX are playing shooting range itself. AMIX themselves actually playing on the underground portion of Shelter. So that could be an easy ticket to a top 5 situation, which we would like to see, right? We saw it last game, AMIX actually surviving as a full team pretty much until the late game of Rondo. Doesn't happen often. Maybe this is the start of their redemption arc that we have been really just asking for the longest time, even since day 1 of the finals itself. But South, of course, the clutch are going to have to be required for quadruple 7. Oh, sorry, triple 7. Quadruple 7 was a player we had in NA's quadruple 6. There's a lot of numbers throughout all of these regions you got to cover. But that is going to be a push from Ozarox that have been normally very inconsistent, losing players early on. They can't afford to do that once more, as DG and Vicious will clash in the open.
Ooh, See you later, Joel. There we go. Aurora then removed here. Second place team to go out on this one, as they will fall alongside Afterlife quite early into this game. The dash into center stage did not bode well for them. Maybe it was a bit too bold, a bit too early of a call with how the zone balanced itself back out. You see a lot of teams surviving as neighbours as well in similar angles, but it is what it is. We'll carry on with the action for now as the zone will start to crunch itself back in, and we'll see how this one will shift. There you go, pulls back up towards the coastline.
Gonna keep on heading north, it seems. No break. Most of the squads are not going to be in circle, except for the likes of Mad, Vicious, AMIX, and Destined to Rise. Go over to the Eastine Circle, but they're technically still clashing with TGM and Avalanche and Severny itself, so I'm not going to count them in because they are in that city. It's 777 here, in the open, spotted and battered is 6, getting bruised out there. That should be a pretty instant flush, and indeed he does get taken out of that match fully. Warrior Red Lake will be making a nice push forward in this building. This is going to be the one singular house inside of shooting range, which is in zone. So this could just keep them alive for a little bit longer, increase that survival time significantly. As now the south, you've got champions, Ozarox and ARCRED still having to make their push, Jackie. They really have to go for a big commit, a big breach, possibly even if they want to make it in the circle.
Yeah, you've got to try and do it confidently, really, and wrestle some of this space off the other teams. Can't afford to do it on a late push. Let's see, though, if GOAT team can withstand versus exactly that. A crash in from Avalanche that have eaten the nades. Oh, there we go. 2 down. Molodoy and Crozer instantly bested on the clash. And Moxie looking to reposition as well. Smoke out through the window. Got the backup of the rest of the GOAT team here that could be farming up points to push themselves into that 1-1-8 margin. Team nade from Ayato. That's not what we usually see from a player of his caliber, but they should at least still clean up onto the initial squad and pick off all of Avalanche. Quick spam round the corner into the downed man of Molodoy, but the move up from Ozarox. They've got the high-profile weaponry, but can they use it? Ozarox living shoulder to shoulder inside of the building with them. Nade round the corner from Focus is good. Bad Boy goes down. Leon's out. If they could just flush them here, it could be so many points on this crash in.
Oh, it's just really hard to get a nade angle onto those players of Ozarox if you're GOAT. The wall does not have any windows. You've got to go a little bit wider around. Ayato might be able to get it, actually. MK14 resonating through the city of Severny. I believe in the hands of Sanich. Could be a good weapon to use to overtake this location. TGM, though, looking to also go in a bit of that sweeping motion over to the east. The thing is, you kind of have to fight for this location. Reason why? You leave this area, it's open ground. You do have a hilltop that's a little bit more over to the west, about 300 meters away. But genuinely, teams already parked up there. You can see Fleekit is already on that mounting range. So at this point, this is kind of turning, Jackie, into a mini battle royale in the city to see who will be the Severny survivors and who will be able to hopefully have a decent transition outside of the city to continue their adventure in this match, because things are going to get dicey for everyone involved.
Yeah, this is where it's going to get quite scary. Any mistakes made could cost you gravely, so make sure you keep your head switched on. The Ozarox dive was a risky attack, and for GOAT team, they seem so close to being able to just instantly convert them into points. Barely winning out on that one. It's 6 elims that they've garnered for themselves thus far, though, and they're looking for even more. Nade in through the window. Bad Boy eats that one. Running low on weaponry for his MG as well. Only 53 bullets left there, so it could be a bit of an issue if he does unleash some fire and doesn't clean up with it. Champions in the meantime up against EG77, and they were losing that fight. And maybe they can turn it on their head. Good peek back up, Nomi. Oh, a sliver of health. Lucky that he's even still alive here now.
Yeah, got to count his lucky stars here. He's got no meds, actually. I'm looking at his resources. No meds, not even any stems to go for, so no meat. Even if he does get the reset on his ally, that might just be game over. I'm surprised we didn't see actually him drop resources so Nomi can somewhat revive himself and get in a healthier condition. Pre-pod's got good angle. FPP possibly swapping into the smoke. No, going to commit to the TPP, it seems. Okay. reposition a bit deeper here, down south, next to the blue zone. The nade could be looking good onto Fearless. At least getting some damage, and it does indeed, but it will not result in a knock. There's even going to be a third party happening from a distance. 777 and also AMIX want to be a part of this fight. There's Nomi, good peek over, and he's still just so low. With an M16, the loot is just not there. Not a weapon that you want to play with as you have to clutch up the entirety of this Mongolian team. The nade, nice arc. The throw is good, gets the knock, gets the elimination, and that's going to be DG. 77 out for the count, out in 12th position.
Goodbye, good night, see you later, DG77, as they will not get any more for their investment on this one. Tommy, though, charges in. Good headshot connection as he's sprinting towards GOAT, but Yayato will instantly re-engage and shut down Avalanche in the closing moments, but they lose another player. So for GOAT team, it gets a bit more awkward on their run here, down to only a duo with the 9 points picked up. Redlick will light up AMIX as well as Hardboy from the side of ARCRED. Third parties on that one and assists, dealing some deathly blows and causing a lot of encounters to break out. Ayato behind the vehicle gets run down by TGM. He's got no play off of Moxie. So far away to try and get trades here.
Oh, this is a good angle for the nade. A bit short on the chuck, but he's got the good idea to try and chuck it in that direction. Though, looking on the mini-map, down south of here, it's going to be ARCRED. You got Hardboy, you got Star in particular, a previous MVP contender in this tournament, looking to encroach on the outskirts of Severny. Could get some good impact here on this match. Over to a different POV is going to be our remaining Mongolian players. It's going to be Fearless and Kino. It always is just Fearless and Kino. If there's two players alive, it's Fearless and Kino every single time, it seems like. And actually, not even a bad position on this circle, on the edge. Teams don't really have a good vantage point onto them, so they can stay hidden for a decent period of time. Outside of this game could be massive for the likes of Vicious. Sure, it's only a duo. It's Dorian and Icy. But after that banging game earlier, right, the chicken din on Rondo, if they can follow up with even just a top 5 with a bunch of eliminations, Vicious could be looking like a top-tier contender in these finals.
Yeah, they certainly could be. They're back to great form here today, and giving us some monumental increases. Star leaving himself susceptible to be backstabbed, though, trying to wrap around the rear. Meanwhile, it is that P90 in the hands of Fearless that's spitting bullets quickly back towards the Vicious. And I say the Vicious, it's only one member left alive. Champions could be suffering from a similar fate soon, though, as they are trapped in position with TT Project getting shots down range towards them. A lot of our scrappy squads left on duos, all duking it out now.
Keep in mind, in the distance, Mad has got a good launching point in the circle. They have 2 players north of the road on the beach. That's going to be a full regroup very soon from that 2-2 split into a full squad, a full force in this zone. And they've had so many second places. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Jackie. They had a back-to-back-to-back silver medal on yesterday's matches. Could they finally convert it into a chicken dinner? I'm sure that is what they're going to be hoping for at this moment in time. It's TGM, nades, chucked in their direction. ARCRED relentless on this hold, sieging the entire eastern side. But don't disrespect TGM. They can pull it back here. Do not respect their location, but they will fully send it. 2 players in the car will be enough, and TGM give it up. Eliminated. 6 teams now alive, and ARCRED getting all that juicy loot for themselves. Well, they needed it. They were super low on the ammo, actually.
This is potentially going to save their bacon a little bit and actually give them some of the supplies they direly wanted. So hopefully that will let them go a little bit further on this one. A nade over from Kino, though, blows away some of that additional stock from TT. It's only effect left as champions are spamming wildly into the smoke. The P90 spitting bullets quick, and TT go down because of it. So they are out here. No points off the back of elims acquired from that one, and 5 teams remain left alive in our lobby now, with Vicious, ARCRED, D2R, Champions, and Mad Esports fighting here on our opening Erangel.
And destined to rise before this game, we're in 9th position, 79 points. If they get a big win here, This could be the comeback of the finals, the comeback even of the tournament, you could go and say. They're up to 7 elims, double-digit chicken dinner could be a massive launching point. So far, the only team that really have a compound. They don't have to move, they're dead center. Dead set on this win. As the ridge line to the east, though, for ARCRED really is also a really good fortress. Able to keep them alive. No teams on the east, they pretty much swept under the rug. All of those teams trying to make a quick dash outside of Severny. We had GOAT, we had TGM, not able to survive their encounter with ARCRED from Uzbekistan. And especially, still have working cars. Most of the teams in this circle don't have cars in working condition. And when it's going to be going down to the west, if it does head that way, those cars could be their saving grace. But they don't have to, as the ridge line to the east is still in circle number 7.
Spacing to work with, but it comes down to how crisp you can be in some of these head-to-head encounters with a lot of our squads looking to just take the fight towards one another today. D2R could be back to their winning ways if they're able to control this compound they've got for themselves. Star having a bit of a look over, seeing if he can get line of sight onto him. You can see Takhanov's POV as well with a similar setup. So all eyes on the building. But you've got no reason to peek. You can just sit pretty and wait for the push to come towards you when they're ushered forward by the zone. So they're not going to be sweating bullets too much on this. Star seeing the race in from Champions, though. Barrage's bullets down, knows they're going to be popping up near his ankle soon. Fearless with a P90 could be so deadly up close, and he'll deliver that onto Hardboy. Instant conversion from Keynote. Star switches to the shotty, trying to go in, but terrified of how quickly he could fall down. Fearless on the wrap round the backside, the nade about to blow, the vehicle taking the brunt of the damage, and Star still holds, tucked in.
I mean, Icy from Vicious is still alive in that shed. He sees Fearless. He spots him. He'll be looking for that one to confirm some placement points and also one extra elimination. He goes over the ridgeline. That's going to be Star first to fall in the encounter. Fearless doing so much work, and that is the end of the fight. That's it. Game over for ARCRED. But, oh, what a third party happening from Mad Esports. Great timing here to overtake this ridge away from the grasp of Champions. This Keen on Fearless still looking so healthy in this fight, but Icy is still there lingering in the shadows outside of that shed. Kirby looking to subvert expectations, looking to be a bit more adventurous here, making that push upwards, but Destined to Rise left alone. If they go for another good third party, this could be a Destined to Rise chicken dinner. As Mad were looking very aggressive initially, Jackie, but now they slowed down, allowing Fearless to hit an insanely good nade to open up that fight.
Yeah, huge plays there. Good response. Ooh, Fearless debating whether or not he wants to really just charge back into this as well. About 40 rounds left on his P90, but look who's slithering closer and closer. Icy coming up in the rear. If he wants to put Vicious into a smash zone territory, there's a chance they could do it if he gets a chicken dinner and possibly a couple more elims added onto this one. Let's see if he can backstab at the right time. Nades up on the hillside. D2R knock Fearless. They send in the vehicle and want to collapse with it. So 3 of our squads with just the solo player left alive. Nade's going to be right on target there as well. Should be an easy conversion. Oh, they just spot out Absolute on the turn. He was lurking up the hillside for so damn long, but they eventually spot him and pick him off, and it's all on Icy in the 1v3 versus D2R now.
Well, actually, even a 1v4. It's a full squad here for Destined to Rise. Going for the spray, but you know what? It's still a win. Deny it out to the blue zone. Icy, you've done your job, and you've done it so well. Chicken dinner, though, will be headed the way of Destined to Rise, a team that was so high on the second page of the rankings, and finally will be meeting Triumph as they will push on the first page of our leaderboards.
Huge signs of life there for both of these two teams. The Vicious keeping it going even in dire straits, and D2R getting a 21-point game to climb back up and try and give themselves a fighting chance here today, with Aurora being unable to close it in the smash rule, going out at about the 14-minute mark on their mad dash into the zone.
Talking about also Icy, Vicious needed 17 points to get into the smash zone. This is definitely not going to be it, right, with that second place in particular from Icy, but it does make it achievable upon the next game of Erangel, even with like a mid game, because he does get 6 placement points off the back of that. I didn't see exactly how many limbs they had as a squad. I think Icy does keep that hope lingering for his team that maybe we can see a full-on comeback from the entirety of Vicious and maybe snatch away the trophy if they do get into the Smash Zone on this next game on Erangel. But what a game indeed, and a lot of really strong third parties initially, I would say. Champions were the ones to go for it first onto the Eastern Ridge, then eventually followed by Mad Esports, and as the fight just unfolds and it gets a bit hectic, Destined to Rise see a clear opportunity, a straight line, a straight path to that chicken dinner. They take it up, find the stragglers, and secure, I would say, one of their biggest games of the entire tournament, and at the exact right time too.
Yeah, massive stuff from them. They're going to be very happy with that one. I was trying to do the math quickly as well, and I was thinking I think it was about 2 elims he had individually, and then you're going to get the second place placement points. So yeah, it's still not going to be enough to get in. They would have needed first place and then a couple more in top to actually have enough points to get within the Smash Zone. But like you say, they are close on the Vicious' side to do that going into the following game. So we'll see if that's a prospect there. Obviously for GOAT team again as well, I thought they were going to have a bit more longevity on that one with how they were able to play it out. They kind of just got collapsed upon in that building. Avalanche throwing everything and the kitchen sink towards them. So some crazy action. We've got our overall match summary from game 14 here. Second game of the finals now wrapped up. These are some of the key takeaways.
Only one airdrop was looted up, but we saw the P90. It was Fearless, right? Playing it for Champions, I believe. Playing with that P90 to such a high tier of gameplay. And able to just laser down the competition so often. And that's the reason why they were able to kind of leverage away that ridgeline to the east. Really good execution overall from ARCRED, but it was just not enough. The P90 is just too broken of a weapon. Has also 16 headshots, and yeah, it continuously happens here, Jackie, where we see a super high ratio of headshots. So I don't know what happened compared to the first few stages of this tournament and now, but they're locked in. They get those scopes and boy, heads go flying.
Yeah, they do. They just start ripping heads off and getting very beastly out there. So some beautiful, beautiful signs occurring. But let's highlight our MVP from the winning team, and that will, of course, be Betts there. Someone that's been showing up fairly consistently in our top player highlights, mate. He's been very fun to watch over the entire tournament.
Yeah, actually, Zyol should have asked Betts how to play the shed properly and maybe actually get himself a stronger finish. But no, really good to see Betts. It's not always constantly on this graphic, but if a player of this team is up there, usually it's all Ralph or Betts. 2 really strong individual players here from their region. Really happy to see how they were able to play throughout the entirety of this match. But I would say it was definitely it was a lot of circle luck, right, for Destined to Rise. But I think they played it correctly. They just zone teams away, make sure no one gets in a 200, 300 meter radius of their compound, so a breach just couldn't happen even if teams wanted to. And off the back of that, you hold on to your resources, hold on to your vehicles, and when you have an opportunity for a third party, they rock up to the ridge onto the east and snatch away the win. So I think that here, on a circle like that, it was played almost perfectly from them, and Destined to Rise showing so much potential in this lobby.
Yeah, no, absolutely so. A good increase in their stock and firepower and making it look way, way better there. Our overall top players, of course, you can see a nice spread from some of our teams here. Champions effectively denying the run for Aurora, which is poetic as always as they came into the zone. They lit them up. That's Kino and Fearless that look great. Fearless having a great run of things with the P90 and making that one pay off massively. We've got our highlights from the game to look back upon though, and I'm sure we'll see a few of those moments we were discussing. You can see here we'll start out with the crash up from D2R. This is where it all could have gone so wrong for them very early as well, Max, when you think back on things, right? Got clotheslined by Afterlife. If they didn't recover that fight, they never would have got the position they were in towards the end.
Really a pivotal fight so early on phase 2 of this game. We didn't know it then, but it actually kind of decided the entire kind of setup of this Erangel game for these teams. A very good win for that Destined to Rise, though back into the fight of Severny. It was getting so hectic. And then Generation of MIRACL, right? TGM see the few stragglers trying to exit the city, trying to exit the vicinity of Severny, and they're able to get himself a few limbs, but so do ARCRED eventually, kind of repeating the approach of TGM for themselves and snatching the idea. But yeah, things were so bad. And actually, I believe you could see Star's POV there, Jackie, for a split second. He could see Icy, but he was so focused on champions, though he couldn't really focus his attention over onto Icy, so Icy was just left hidden away to snatch away second place.
Yeah, able to just kind of rat it out, being given the gift there with the commotion between the other teams, providing him a little bit of a lifeline. So something I'm sure he'll be happy about, with that second place going their way towards the end, making it a little bit better in terms of the points accrued. Let's have a look at the overall match ranking then and see how things went down in terms of what our squads were able to get from that one.
Very high elimination count for our few top teams in Destine, Rise, Champions, and also Go. And Champions, most of their eliminations, by the way, they got a duo when they lost half of their team. They got also a few eliminations early on the likes of Aurora, trying to gatekeep them on the southern ridge of that circle. But outside of that, duo, Fearless, Kino looking insanely strong. Kino in particular is just a consistent player on that squad, but good to see Fearless also get some big numbers, pumping up their position on the rankings, and the P90 definitely their weapon of choice. Though second half of this page is also going to be having the likes of AMIX, that I feel like I've really started to respect the lobby a lot more upon day 2, and especially today. Sure, they don't make it far, they only get 1 placement point, at least they make it into the top 8, right? But AMIX have definitely showed a willingness to adapt, which gets me hopeful. Maybe not for the finals, it might be a little bit too late, but gets me hopeful for the overarching potential of this roster in the future.
Yeah, exactly. I think for for what it is here, it was a little bit too slow and kind of went cool in the mid portion, so they're not really going to be able to get too much more out of it towards the end. But they definitely are a side that's exciting to watch, and it was a shame we didn't see as much of that. Let's have a look at the overall rankings though and see how our teams have begun to move up. Now, GOAT team, although they got those elims under the belt on their game, it's still not enough to be within the conversation for the Smash rules. 6 points away for them as they do move back into second place. So you can see a little bit of a shift around here. Vicious in 4th, TT Project 3rd, GOAT team 2nd, and Aurora still firmly in 1st place with 120 points, looking to just win a game to close it down.
I am going to say, though, it's going to be a bit scary if we get in a situation where GOAT Team and TT Project both get in the Smash Zone, because look, compared to the rest of the team on this graphic, 3 chicken dinners each apiece, meaning they're very efficient at getting out of that late game and getting the chicken dinner, even especially for TT Project. Their wins usually are on the lower side in terms of eliminations. So if they get up there, there's a very high chance they could convert it in a Smash and become your PMGO EECA Season 1 champions. So they're the team that really I would say you don't want to make it up there, because Aurora, typical Aurora, can get a 0-point game and then a big chicken dinner off the back of that. So you never know what's going to be happening with the Mongolian team. But GOAT and TT, I would say, would be the main threat to this lobby, Jackie, that if they get up there, everyone is going to get even more kind of pressed to put those points on board.
Yeah, you're going to get a little bit more panicky because you know how good they look at actually closing games with victories. Some of these sides very good at points, very good at being able to coast this one out, and maybe just winning it off of the fact of, the longevity of running the tournament out over the next few games. But for them, I think they would be a side that would actually just close it if given that opportunity. So yeah, it does get a little bit more worrying. We'll see if teams can possibly try and stop that being a prospect, as they have cooled off a little bit today. It feels like people know that after yesterday's display, showing them too much respect will be just as bad as not showing them any respect whatsoever and taking fights to them. But it should be exciting, mate, to see our second Erangel. Our team's going to be switching up the playstyle. How's it going to be looking?
I mean, it's one team 6 points away from Smash Zone, 2 other squads 9 points away from the Smash Zone. It's going to get a real competitive here at the top. And if you're Aurora, technically, well, not technically, like realistically, in this game, you want to see them convert the Smash. If you are an Aurora fan, they need to get the win now, because if they don't get it, I think at least one extra team will be able to overtake that 118-point threshold for the Smash area. And at that point onwards, it's just going to be so competitive here in this lobby. You never know when it's going to be ending, because one team, you could have a full-on 6 matches kind of just happen throughout the entire day and you do not have a Smash. When you have 2, 3, 4 teams join the fray for that Smash, then every game is going to get even crazier for these teams. So really the pacing of the rest of today is heavily going to be based on how match 3 goes down.
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree, mate. I think, you know, we're going to need to sort of see a true test of all these teams here, and we'll see what they can bring to the table. Let's have a look what we got for the viewers at home, though, as we do have another skin to give away. This is the Bison that you were highlighting earlier, of course, the Snowwood Stranger. So get that redeemed and add it to your collection.
Yeah, you had the Snowwood helmet earlier, and you've got the Snowwood Stranger PP Bison available for you right now, so you can have a full-on outfit kind of theme going in your repertoire in game. Though, here you go, you got the code, also the QR code. Make sure to scan it if you want, and there's only 75 available. And if you did not get the helmet earlier, if you're on YouTube, you can go back a little bit on the broadcast. Maybe because of the delays a little bit more than you usually would have to, but do make it back and make sure to confirm it to get those 2 free items. And I believe we also have another one coming up later, so do stick around. More great giveaways are coming your way in the very, very near future. And you got so much to win. Great gameplay, great skins, Jackie. Everyone's loving it here. Oh, yes.
Yeah, a lot of good bits and bobs for everyone at home, so get your hands on those as soon as possible, guys, and get armed with some great gear to express yourself in PUBG Mobile, which is what you want to be doing when you're out there knocking people. Right then, let's kick it off. We go back in. Another game of Erangel gets underway. Game 3 starts here. Aurora, same prospects as last time, still have a chance to walk away with the W early today. If they were able to get one max, theoretically, from what we've got in the standings here, that would be Aurora, TT Project, Goat Team, and the Vicious, all being able to make it through to the upcoming LAN event in Jakarta and stamping those tickets in our top 4. So that would be the teams if it ends here.
I mean, every other team outside of Aurora hoping for another northern shift just so Aurora can't convert this in a chicken dinner. As this is the exact same playing path almost we had as last game on Erangel. So it's going to be a Stolber down to Quarry/Primorsk. So great for Goat Team that will be headed over to their typical Stolber Kameshki split, almost dropping there more than Nova Ripnoye, which is normally their main drop location. So they just haven't had a true opportunity to make it there very often in the finals. And TT Project also headed towards Primorsk. Outside of this, drop locations should not be shifting whatsoever from what I'm really expecting. The circle is going to be very telling of the storyline, and Aurora going to have to dictate the pacing of their early rotation. If it's a big northern one, they've got to be quick, but no, it is going to be eastern, and there's still a portion of Military Island in play, so they couldn't easily survive and not go down early like last match.
Yeah, don't let it fall through your fingertips and give anything up super early. Although it's always terrifying me, mate, whenever we see them close by towards champions. It feels like an uncomfortable fight for either of these teams, but noticeably worse for Aurora. And I'm glad that they do opt to catch a little bit of movement in the back line there and decide to jump in the vehicles and create space. Don't stay nearby. Get over to where they feel more comfortable and could potentially actually have some nice playable space in the zone. Scary that it's TT Project down that side as well. Goat Team going for the same drop last time up towards Stauber, as they'll have that late rotate down. We'll see if this will work out any different here. Similar opening play, everyone with their comfortable drops, but potential for a bit of a very different finish.
I was going to say, very lucky for Aurora that that car spawn was a 4-seater. If it, oh, back to the eco-tation, yes, getting the bikes back on board, getting to their loot locations for each individual. But yeah, lucky it was a 4-seater. If it was just a buggy or just a 2-seater vehicle, or even just a bike, and maybe champions catch them off guard because they were kind of looking in that direction next to the gas station. But no, they will be having a safe early stage. Very happy, though, that we do see 777 get an early elimination. This is a team in 10th position in the rankings, 87 points. But in the middle, outside of the top teams, really, in the middle of the rankings, Jackie, the point gap is so minimal that even a team like 777 could be back in the conversation. If they get, of course, we're talking double digits minimum, they can jump an extra 3, 4, maybe even 5 ranks to those extreme situations. And this is a roster that we've both enjoyed. At least I know I've enjoyed some of their gameplay. A very big surprise here in some of these stages and some of these wins they've been able to accrue. So a good start with their elimination. A little bit of an ego boost at the start of that match.
Yeah, I think that would do wonders for them. It's like you say, they have been a very enjoyable team to watch. They've had some great highlights from the individuals to the overall team play, keeping us guessing at times as well with how deep they'd go into games. So nice to see them being able to find a little bit more stock on the opening moments of a game. Give you a reason to remember the 777 name the longer their run goes on here. Mad Esports yesterday were an incredibly fierce force, and again today we've seen little opportunities of that bubbling up as well, so maybe they can keep their fortunes favouring them. It's certainly been quite a rise from them the longer they've been competing throughout this tournament. About a week of games now, and they've used that in their stride to improve and do more work every time we get them on screen. So it's been lovely to watch their overall growth throughout the past week or so.
There's really been so many similar storylines throughout the entirety of PMGO ECA here. I mean, teams that had definitely slow starts, been able to rise through the tides of these games. Get themselves some decent performances on board. And again, even though, sure, the spring season is very important because it dictates also how many PMGC points you're going to get, it's not impossible to get a sick comeback in full and actually kind of shock the world and take home one of those global event tickets. So don't give up hope, even if you had a bit of a slow and late bloom. There's still hope for the rest of the 2026 PUBG Mobile Esports season. Let's go team, looking at their rotation. Typical slow rotate away from Kameshki. Normally also Kameshki Stolber's got a lot of really decent car spawns on the roadside. So in terms of vehicles, they should be very healthy for majority of this match. They're going to make a quick dash and maybe stopping on the outskirts of Vapovka or Prison. And a lot of the teams actually dead center. There's a bit of a stretch of teams from Yasnaya Poliana down to Milta. The East Coast pretty much completely free. And GOAT team will have no neighbors for the very early game of this match.
Yeah, the GOAT team that can certainly achieve greatness if given an opportunity. So that'll be a nice opening gambit for them, letting them live comfortably and possibly find themselves some incredibly useful bits to play with. Potentially vehicle-oriented, potentially weapon-based. Subnovka as well here for Aurora still being comfortably looted as they can quite happily run down the clock. They expired at the 15-minute mark into our opening Erangel today. They won't want to make the same mistake twice, as they will be in position for now. Great team with a little bit of a scouting maneuver as well. They're in the vehicles and trying to make a bit of a run down the roadside. Fair few squads getting close together as well. Vicious, AMIX, D2R, the winners of the previous game, DG77. All amongst it with potential to start spotting each other, and then you've got to worry about the triple threat that's coming up down towards Pachinki side in terms of TT Project Champions and Ozarox, so a lot of room for this one to get quite explosive relatively quickly.
As we're talking about the triple threat near Pachinki, western side completely open. There's no teams gatekeeping school, apartment, Potato Hill, even the western edge of farm. So unless they really crash into each other mid-rotation, I don't expect any early squad wipes over to the west near Pachinki. Should be relatively safe. There's also George Pole. You can have Avalanche and Mad Esports going for their slow but steady rotate into the play zone. So we should be able to see them making it further into this match indeed. As Shelter will be the dead center here of Circle 1. Going to have a few teams in a decent position, but Destined to Rise, big fans of Shelter. They love going down in there, hiding the buggies in the lower portion of Shelter itself, and just surviving. They're like the moles of the lobby. If you don't know they're there, they will survive, and they will take home the podium. They're really good at it.
Yeah, dude, they love it. They love it. Sitting pretty inside their little mole hole and just waiting out all the competition till summer comes around. That's what we've seen a fair few times from that team. Will it be happening here, though? That's the question. Do wonder how things are going to go for Aurora once they get back into a position where they will actually have to play against other teams as well. Will their heads get a bit too big? Will the rock get to them? And will they crumble? And can they take this one in their stride, play a slower game out and be able to get themselves into a good position themselves? Collapse here from TGM, up close and personal towards AMIX as they drive by and a few shots are delivered on target. Sanic looking to get the lineup, but it doesn't look that great for either team. Effectively ending in a stalemate so far.
And this spot, Alamo, is not even in the play zone, so not worth it. But you know what? Maybe worth it now. When you get those initial knocks and a bit of damage onto AMIX, you create a bit of an advantage for yourself. Hoping to now kind of capitalize on this opportunity they created for their squad. It's TGM. Retro got a bit solo there. Default on the backline does get an angle onto him. We have yet to see any knock really coming through after that initial nade. Sanic now behind the door frame, cooking that nade, looking to chuck in CQC right to the face. That's a beautiful nade. Very phallic vibe from 4 Thrives. You learn from the best. Generation going through the window. Kvik, what is going on? That's a big misplay. Easy pickup for TGM. Generation of Miracle. A miraculous run in this compound breach. Only losing Retro so far. It's a pretty decent dub, but getting overwhelmed. Sanic going solo once again. So many misplays individually from these two teams. Now, let's put in Misa, trying to make it work out. Default a little bit too far in the open, but he still wins the fight. The one-on-one trade on to put in. How does that work out? Misa attempting a reset, but AMIX got the 2v1 advantage. And this is looking like a game over play. TGM was looking so good initially, but everything falls apart as AMIX stand tall and claim those 4 eliminations.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Sanic had no ammo. When he went round the corner, the clip was dry. It had run empty. Literally had no ammo in the mag, mate, and didn't know why he couldn't shoot him when he was standing on the stairs. That's a hell of a panic on that one. Nightmare fuel scenario. So it results in TGM losing out on a fight it felt like they had basically won. Went into that engagement very comfortably. But no, not happening here as they're dealt with. You can see towards the coastal line as well, a setup from Aurora there looking comfortable.
It seemed like Destine to Rise heard this fight happening. They read the elimination feed. They know a full squad got eliminated, and they know 2 players were flushed on the other team. They know this is a duo. It's not in circle. Do you want to take that risk? Seemed like for Ralph it might be the case, with the buggy going for the wide wraps, sending it south into Alamo itself. Nade cooked up, primed for default. Let's get a bit of damage. 2 back-to-back. It will not connect default with a jump shot on the DBS. What a huge engage. Can the duo take it home once again? Bring it up to 8. Eliminations total. There's a possibility. Darling also going for the wide wraparound over to the west. So many misplays happening in this compound. I was being very critical, but it's going to be Havlik. First to 4 on the duo. Down to default in the clutch scenario. In a very nadeable building. He's got to be on the move. Got to be on the pivot. As the blue engulfs the area, adding an extra time factor to the equation. The default's been looking so good with the DBS in the past. Will it be enough? As over, actually another third party's unfolding. Jackie is just non-stop here. 27 plus, 1 apiece of the compound.
Everyone wants to fight, it seems, and the shots are on target from all sides. Havlik eventually expires to D2R that pull up, and then 27 plus next in line to find their way through the party. But will the bouncers deny them entry? Can D2R hold them back? Good shots from Ruzen, primed on target as Betts bites the bullet literally and falls over. So it gets incredibly comfortable there. Everyone hearing this dinner bell being rung. And for D2R, they might want to just cut their losses on it, realizing it's not worth the risk of losing any more stock here. Yeah, mate, everyone's coming over.
What's going on in Alamo? It's not even in circle. And actually, Destined to Rise were in shelter, and it's literally dead center of Circle 3. Why did they leave such a great nest they created for themselves, a nest of safety, to go fight not even in the circle? Big head scratcher there. Not sure what's really happening as Destined to Rise, yeah, you can see on the elimination feed, down to just a solo. And I think that here, as he's surrounded by players of 27 plus and Ozarox, things are looking quite grim. As Aurora, though, 1 knock does come out. They are dead center of the circle. They went for one of those big Hail Mary sends, Jackie. Luckily enough, though, it did not result in a flush, so they're going to remain as a full squad in a very strong position on this circle. This could be the smash coming up if they can survive even more going into Circle 4.
Yeah, if they can get themselves into a late game finish, it could be absolutely massive for them. Now, Aurora took a little bit of damage and did have 1 player knocked, but they've been able to pick him back up, so they're still a 4-man squad for now. Tommy there from Avalanche getting the adjustments back over as well and being able to light up another team. So many squads that could expire out towards the blue that have been just fighting on top of each other. Crates on top of crates as they're all losing their grasp. Just trying to tag in the next team. It's still going.
It's not a good position. It doesn't make any sense to me. There are so many good available options in the playable area, and yet they're just hungry for eliminations. I think it is also a knockoff effect in a way that some teams just kind of gave up hope, which is not great. I wish they had the mentality of just keep on going, trying to get that price point increase, but some teams just maybe just going a bit more, let's just send it, because why the hell not? We're not making in top 4. And we've seen that kind of a desperate attempt at getting these fights going. As Ozarox, though, will try and think better of it. Will go back into their vehicles, going for the wide northern rotate. Actually do spot that airdrop. What is it going to be? EBS swap going to pick up the P90 that we saw right last game, was such an absolute menace. And this time it's going to be in the hands of Leon of Ozarox.
Mate, could be a real big backbone of a weapon to put to use. But we'll see if Ozarox can cook with it. TT Project on the wrap back around towards the row side, get themselves back in the zone and get moving down towards the commotion that's happening. It's a good center circle set up from Aurora as well right now, as they've been able to sit pretty and get the full heal back on their teammate that went down a couple minutes ago. So we reached the 15-minute mark and they're still alive for now, in a decent position to try run the clock down on this game. Same cannot be said for D2R, that forced their fights out in the blue with everyone ringing the dinner bell. And one by one, all the teams that went there have left broken and bruised. Ozarox, a similar squad that went in that direction, lost Bad Boy. They're down to a triple threat. Bullets being spat towards them. TT Project fighting ARCRED as they will achieve some nice damage towards them and make it a bit more uncomfortable for that side.
TT Project looking quite comfortable in the rankings. Sure, it's only a trio, but they only need 4 more points to join Aurora in the Smash Zone. But will they be able to join them? Because Aurora still are a full squad and they're dead center of this circle on the outskirts of Lumberyard next to Milton Shelter. And they got a great compound. It's going to be Squad House on that ridge line. TT Project, though, a bit of a risky push here inside of Shelter itself. They don't know where the players are parked up. It's a risky push and they will get punished. 1 down, 2 down, down to Effie's. And as a solo, getting 4 points in a lobby that still has 42 players alive is not looking too good. It's looking quite dire, in fact, as he's getting full-on chased. Ozarox not going to be taking any prisoners with a P90 of Leon. That will be the end of the line. TT Project, again, failing to make their way into the Smash Zone. This is a great opportunity for the likes of Goat Team and Vicious.
Yeah, this is a brilliant position, mate. Dream scenario now to try and climb on this one, so let's see what they can do. Atomic, with his eyes lighting up, finds another member of Ozarox, and they are down to a duo. So it's getting worse for where they're. Oh, Fearless up top side as well. Good. Finds the angle on the P. Cardboy unable to tuck into cover. Star panicking. Oh, mate. Somehow dodges the shots to tuck back in towards Shelter, but they might just send Atomic cratering down to chase him and see if they can force him out of that mole hole that he's playing inside of. Fleek up on the hill, now just a sacrifice, but DG77 are hearing all of this. So they've got a better read onto what's going on over towards the entry to Shelter. And Star can just set up. He can just play and see if you push down now.
All right, it's going into stage 5, so he's going to use up a lot of meds just to survive and get maybe a placement point. We are top 10, right? So only 2 more teams to get eliminated, and we are going to see those placement points coming out for these teams that are remaining. Star looking to peek. Yeah, he knows with that blues and damage is a bit too much to bear. The nades looking primed perfectly. And actually, it's going to be even the Molotov of Atomic to kind of put the nail in the coffin, wrap it up in style for the Uzbekistan team. It's now 9 squads are left in this lobby. And in particular, you talked about DG, right, looking to fight onto Champions, but I think they read the elimination feed really well, saw that Champions were fully unwounded off the back of that engage. Not really worth it. We still have a compound in zone. If they were down to maybe just a duo or even just a solo player, then they would definitely commit. That is the DG we know and love. But this one is just not worth the effort. A circle shifts once again, and a team that is in zone. There's only 2 teams in a circle here. It's going to be Goat Team and Aurora Gaming, left stranded and looking to go hard on that win.
Yeah, both of them with their fingers crossed that they can close it here. You forget about Aurora, you forget about a Goat. The other teams will come back kicking themselves if they do. Nades in. Fearless with the backstab there. Good adjustment onto Ravio as he will fall pre-pod with a sideline shot as well. That's DG still getting stuck into the mud, letting everyone just whittle each other down as they throw all of their investment at each other on this hillside battle. Demo sprinting from cover to cover, Eyes finding the targets, but he's not able to deliver swift death on them, as they will be able to turn their attention, and Misha will handle that encounter. Instantly goes for the pickup play on his mate as well, so Afterlife can try and get themselves back up and live to fight another day.
Of a perilous situation for Afterlife, because yet DG are there. Now this is worth it. Now they know they have that man advantage and they can leverage it for themselves to claim more real estate up north. The blue zone going to be ticking hard, trying to rush his way through. Misha not even trying to get into the car, just trying to run his way, sprint into the zone. But up north, Aurora are set up beautifully on these rocks. A little bit of extra elevation actually with that kind of rocky terrain to see Avalanche, to see DG77, to see the remaining players of Afterlife. They still got 0 eliminations, which is the way you want to do it. Again, a low elimination chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner and would be enough to convert it into a smash and become your PMGO EECA champions. They don't need to get involved in the fight that would make it risky for you to get that win.
And they ain't got to do anything but just sit and wait. The more squads that go down, the weaker they are, the better it is for them on this one. Windy on the move here as Afterlife hold on by the smallest Fred. At least 2 players alive. They're going to wrap around the backhand side and possibly run down towards the angle that's in play of Avalanche if they keep moving on this trajectory. GOAT team could be forced to fight soon as well. Once that zone starts to shuffle. Ooh, Reefers. We cut to his POV and see that they're able to find the Avalanche squad that are getting a little bit too close to comfort and do put some bullets down range. So many teams nearby, though. Don't outstay your welcome.
It's even fine if they don't get the flushes. All you really want to do is just zone teams away and make it known that that push is not going to happen. You go for it. We're just fully ready to fight you. So overall, good game plan as zoning them back, though Windy and Misha were able to kind of lick their wounds up north in the blue zone and make their way into the playable area. And you see Aurora actually going slightly more on the low ground, which top, if you get spotted by Misha, could get a bit risky. As the circle moving away, no one is in the play zone except for 6th player from 777. And it's going to be on the ground, just going low towards Milter Fields. This is literally on this circle, Jackie, the worst situation imaginable. Every team forced to go for a quick rotation. You need to gatekeep the sides of this zone. In particular, if you're Aurora or GOAT team, if you want to have good success, and it will be Windy spotted eventually. But yeah, you got to keep fighting and clear the space around you because this circle is hell on earth.
Yeah, what was a good setup for some of these teams for so long suddenly just disappears in the palm of your hand, and you're left scratching your head about how to contend with this one. Molodoy on the move down the hillside. Avalanche still standing, still able to fight after picking off one of the members of Afterlife. So they're left with just that solo. It's not too much stock in their camp whatsoever. Far harder position to be in now for these teams. And Aurora, when do they take their leave? When do they make a move? They're just keeping themselves smoked in and safe for now. Zone starting to whittle away some of the other players as Mad will get caught. DG77 might crash up towards it as well. So Aurora in a sandwich between Avalanche and DG77. But of all teams, it's GOAT that fire a few rounds up towards Prepod and enable that first knock.
It might look a bit weird on the map feed, but Misha sure has got the same color as Aurora, almost. But I can tell you, he's an enemy. He's not their 5th player. So that could really just kind of ruin their opportunity of survival. As they are barely in play zone for some of the players on the more southern edge, but they do spot Misha. I think they heard maybe an audio cue. So they're going to be putting their focus on now 3 teams. There's Avalanche to the east, DG77 to the west, and 1 solo up north. Not a comfortable position, but DG looking to just leave the vicinity entirely, sending it deep in this circle over to the rock formation, and Aurora instantly trying to shut down that rotate. though no knock will be found. And Avalanche in a great play too, setting out to DG. This is literally the perfect setup for Aurora. Jackie maybe being gifted the perfect off angle, and the eliminations just flooding the way of Aurora.
They absolutely farm them. Everyone crashes on top of one another, and they throw away that great position they had for so long. Both teams that could have closed out Aurora sacrificed themselves against one another and are now trapped with a tiny amount of cover to play with nades landing on top of them. It's only Nomi left from DG77. The man from Afterlife was flushed out in amidst all this chaos as well. So the question of how Aurora would survive those 3 squads, well, they extinguished themselves.
I was so confused, the fact they're going for it, but they don't know this is Aurora, right? Chances are they have no idea which team this is up there. And because of that, might just have gifted the trophy to the Mongolian super team. And they still have vehicles in working condition. Making that push is going to be great because the only kind of cover you have in this circle is that one big boulder where DG sent it with the likes of Avalanche. But now that position's been cleared almost fully. Only Nomi stands over there. And the only squads that could be a real threat to this win for them is going to be Goat and Vicious, and also 777 in this situation. 3 full teams and a solo in Nomi. And all that stands between Aurora Gaming and the win here in PMGO ECA Season 1. They make it to the Rock looking for Nomi.
Dark looking to just close it. Goes around the corner with a nade primed. There's the close engagement. Ooh, quick shot back. He got the knock, but they can still save the Doc. Ironic, he's going to be the one picked back up, but a hell of a position to be in now. Aurora with 4 players still standing. Top up on the hillside, armed with weapons he's very capable with. Let's see if he can deliver some swift death.
He's got over 500 bullets with the MK12. That's more than enough. Okay, just spray the entire match. He can shoot until the end game, and you know what? He might still have some bullets to spare. He was really going hard on that looting stage. So here you go. Vicious, 777, clashing fully over there in the fields of Milta. It's going to look tough, and this is looking like a clean setup. It's going to be down to Goat Team to defend it. If they can maybe delay this tournament a bit further. It's over in the shed here. So many players knocked, but Koa will be looking to save his brother of Icy. Been just such a positive aspect of this team. As Aurora get the opening one again, it's going to be Doc for the dub. Getting one onto Force, looking for the flush. Can't quite get it just yet. As goes on that second spray down, and that is going to be an extra elimination as Goat Team get fully eliminated. I was going to say, Jackie, this was the only team that could compete for the win from that high ground position. They're now out of the equation. It's 3 teams left, 777, Vicious, and a full squad of Aurora Gaming.
Oh, and the Vicious get hit from the sideline top. You said he had 500 rounds of ammo. Already 50 of them have been spent because he's been shooting players down as he keeps tapping away. You peek, he's going to put you in an early grave. This could be the Aurora victory if they can keep their head switched on. So close to greatness. Fingertips grabbing at it. Nothing is granted, but this team has earned everything over the past few days, Max. And now all it would take is one final play here in the head-to-head between them, 777 and the Vicious, and they could close it down with a smash rule victory. Another knock onto Narvalo, but where does it go from here?
Oh, and also Reefus getting some big numbers, looking to join the MVP gang. He's the only one on this team that's yet to claim an MVP title, and if he gets the win here, chances are he might be crowned our tournament MVP. Aurora, I would say, got to be careful not to split too far apart. Vicious still have a monster! The nade of Reefus! The 1v4 from a range! And this might just be the nail in the coffin! Out of nowhere, Reefus showing he's one of the best of Mongolia as he makes his way into the play zone, looking to end this tournament with a smash!
Unbelievable scenes. Lines them up and knocks them down. The god hand of Reefus delivering as he makes a fist and punches through the Vicious. It's only 777 that remains, but I don't think this will be a jackpot for them as the Joker has been played. And it is Aurora looking to close it here. All it would take is one more shutdown. They could win it off the back of this game, Max. Let's see if it's possible. The collapse from 777. They drive up. Doc unleashes the magazine onto one. He's low on health, but he's got backup, and the rest of 777 is crumbling under the pressure. Nade over the top side. They're low on health as Refus once again delivers his second big nade of this game. If they can just find it, that will be the tournament going their way. They've done it. Aurora are your champions.
3 games is all they needed to convert the win. 777 disappointed after that performance. They just didn't have the opportunity of a comeback because the tournament ends early. 3 games taken out of the final day of the Grand Finals, and indeed Aurora Gaming will be crowned your PMGO EECA Grand Champions here of Season 1 and will be making it to Jakarta for the LAN event.
Mate, Refus, you said it so many days ago, Max, singing his praises, saying he's the unsung hero, someone you wanted to see, really given his flowers for how much work he's put in. That nade was the icing on the cake for an incredible tournament that he's played. Unbelievable. Watching it with my mouth agape to see him blow everyone up. The Vicious went down, and Aurora, well, they smashed through the competition, but hell of a play.
That grenade is going to go down in PUBG Mobile Esports history. What a move. What a chuck. No one is going to say Kobe anymore. Everyone's going to say Refus on those grenade throws. What a play indeed. And really, the moment the GOAT team went down, I was like, yeah, it's looking game over. The man did not need to flex that hard to wrap up the win, as all of these players walking out in triumph, victorious in this event. They've had some shaky starts, but that is the typical Aurora way, as they come back stronger towards the later stages, walking towards this trophy and looking like the absolute menace in Eastern Europe and Central Asia.
Absolutely, bud. The champions, there they are. The legends themselves, Aurora Gaming.
Even East joining the roster. He's on the bench, but the man also, you know, is ready to play if he needs to. Deserving to be also here next to his comrades. This 5-man team making history. The only thing this team needs would be to win a global trophy. And you know what? With the way they're playing right now, that is definitely in the cards for 2026.
The Infinix phones themselves being awarded to our championship team here by the amazing partners manager, of course, from the CIS region. You could see everyone very proud of themselves. The trophy lift of celebration. A tournament where they fought hard, Max. They had some ups, they had some downs, but now more than ever, they go to show why they are not just individually talented. They are also a multi-talented team that can do it in the fight, do it in closing, and absolutely do it in style.
Oh, big thumbs up there also for this team. But build a history lesson. This is the team that, sure, it was different rosters, but some of the members back on full MIRACL vibe won the CSA region back to back to back, even as they transitioned into the Alpha Gaming organization. And then they lost it in the full season of last year, Jackie, to the hands of Virtus Pro. And it was time for them to reclaim that crown. And they did it in the most insane way possible with the nade of Refus to call it a day. They're going to celebrate by taking that selfie with the Infinix GT50 Pro. But what a storyline. Truly the kings of this region. No one is even close.
There you go. Selfie from either side. Make sure you get everyone's good angles. But I tell you what, mate, I don't think Aurora has bad angles. We saw the way they were peaking on that game, and they looked beautiful. Some great connections, great shots, and even better nades. And there you are again. Get the trophy lift in, soak in that moment, and absolutely enjoy it, Max.
What a crazy turn of events. The only team to get into the Smash Zone, and they end it early. No one able to even join them over there at the very top of these rankings. But there's still one question we need to answer, which is, does Refus indeed secure that MVP title? Because meaning every player on the core roster of this team of Aurora would be an MVP on some scale. You have global MVPs, you have regional MVPs. This would be one of the rosters after that that goes down in history as one of the best to ever be in the scene of PUBG Mobile Esports.
I'm really curious about where all these awards go, but mate, if it was up to me, I would give it to him hands down, because honestly, not only was that nade legitimately an MVP-worthy play, it's how he's played throughout the whole event, and he will get it. There you go. Our MVP award to Rufus, deserved through and through. I think both of us align on this one, man. There's no way anyone else deserved it with how good he was this event.
Yeah, I was seeing the chat. People were doubting Rufus at the start of this tournament, saying he was a bit shaky. But you know what? He shut up every single one of his haters. Rufus standing up in stride and will be securing himself, of course, that MVP award brought to you by Infinix once again. Does that mean he gets 2 phones? I guess
He's got
so.
2 phones now.
Akimbo Infinix.
God damn, he's going to be winning 2 games back-to-back with a phone in each hand. The MVP prize and the Champions prize. There you go. Infinix supplying Aurora with the goods there as he gets his treat. Shout out Rufus one time. Tell you what, Max, basically that nade was the embodiment of him blowing the haters away. He said, watch this. And that's how he gets his MVP.
He's like, wait, is that a hate comment over there? There you go, easy elimination, but genuinely a game-winning grenade. Usually on this roster, when we talk about grenades, you think about Doc, right? The guy for the past 2 years and a half, it feels like, is just the grenade king of the previous CSA region, now EECA. But no, it feels like that mantle has been now gifted to Rufus. I genuinely couldn't be any happier about this result. People say I'm a little bit biased. I do have a bit of a sweet spot for some of the members of Aurora because I've been watching them for years now, and seeing this team, some OG players that have been here since the inception of this esports, Jackie, like Top in particular, still doing well to this day in the big old 2026 is an insane storyline that I just cannot wait to see how it's going to go in the next events to come.
Yeah, boy. Let's have a look then at the overall rankings. Here you go. Aurora in first place, your champions, of course, with 145 points. But this is the big ticket item for me. The grassroots scene rising of GOAT Team. Second place finish in finals, Max. They not only grind through the Club Open, through the opening game qualifiers, but they're going to bloody Jakarta.
Oh, so good to see it. Aurora, GOAT Team, Vicious, and TT Project will indeed be representing EECA in Jakarta for PMGO Main Event Season 1. But a little bit unfortunate for DG77, a team that I think a lot of people kind of pinned as a favorite in this event. But there is going to be a bit of an upset here echoing throughout the arena. As the second page, still, some teams did tend to falter a little bit, but we see glimmers of hope from so many of these rosters, right, Jackie? The back-to-back-to-back second places of Mad, Avalanche's insane chicken dinner over on Rondo. Everyone here put up some big numbers. As your daily MVP, though, will be fearless with the P90 from good old champions.
Yeah, it kind of feels a little bit more sour, doesn't it, when you're the daily MVP, when you've just seen Rufus be the event MVP. But we'll give him his flowers. He is our Infinix daily MVP on this one with how he was playing. P90 pop-offs, but it wasn't enough. I mean, maybe if there would have been more games, champions could have tried to tussle for a top spot. But Aurora said, nah, we've had enough. We want a calmer day. And they lopped the head off in our third match.
Still, really good attempt from so many of these squads. But Fearless, Kino, I still believe that for champions, there's so much raw, untapped potential in this team. It's just about the early stage. I think, genuinely, if they fix the early stage where they lose a player or two, this roster could have been in top 4, and I wouldn't even bat an eye at that kind of situation, at that ending result from this roster. So hopefully they don't get too demoralized off the back of that and come back even stronger in the full season of 2026. But yeah, as you said, a little bit unfortunate though. There's no Infinix phone provided for your daily MVP. It's the overall MVP, and that is going to be none other than Rufus himself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he doesn't need free phones, does he?
He's going to come back in the full season like bet. He's just going to have he's going to make Rufus Esports. All he needs is himself and 4 Infinix devices. Ooh.
He's almost there. He's honestly almost there,
Halfway.
mate. You know, yeah. Honestly, it wouldn't even be that bad. With how he's played, I think he could handle it. It'd be quick jumping between all the different screens. But no, in all seriousness, you know, massive result for Aurora. Great to see them being able to show us both sides of the coin, Max. We saw that evolution of them as well, the longer the tournament went on, where they were actually playing more controlled aggression. So I'm really glad to see that. Let's have a look at our elimination leaders, though, and of course do our due diligence here for everyone that was showing up throughout the tournament. Some very known quantities here. Reefus, shout out Focus as well. I want to say, especially in terms of the energy he was bringing to the table for GOAT teammate, he seems to be a great element. Good set of lungs on him, always getting hyped. Feels like he's the good vibes guy in that team. And not only that, he's a fragger as well.
Every player on this list deserves to be up there. But Focus, I would even go to say, non-ironically, except for like maybe comparing to Top because he's just crazy with the Mini 14. But Focus, one of the best long-range spray players in this lobby by a decent amount. GOAT team were looking to be very consistent, and it's mainly off the back of Focus and his capabilities of scouting from a range and also kind of bullying teams at a distance around 300 to 400 meters away. So really good step up from them and everyone here on that top elimination list. And I'm excited to see, hopefully, these individual players come back even stronger in the full season. I know I keep repeating that point, but there's so much raw, untapped potential. And as the CSA region did split apart in multiple regions of South Asia and also now in EECA, you're seeing these players kind of having to rebuild themselves and more confidence in these regions. And EECA, this is just the beginning of what this region truly has to offer.
Yeah, it is. All right, we got our Rookie of the Season award, and this time around it's going to Warrior.
Yeah, Warrior taking it home. Warrior, the survivor, in particular when it comes to Rondo. 73 eliminations to his name, able to get himself some massive numbers. It will not be going the way of our man that we've been talking about a little bit here on the side of Afterlife. Windy not able to secure that one. I'm pretty sure Windy is probably just a few slots down compared to Warrior, but Warrior, such impressive gameplay from not him himself only, but the entirety of his team, especially 3TN and 6. 3TN's had some crazy nades, especially on Rondo, almost able to convert that into a chicken dinner up against Vicious. But Warrior, well done and deserving of the Rookie of the Season award.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, I think unfortunately for them, they just fell off a bit, didn't they, really, the longer the tournament went on. So he didn't have as many opportunities to shine. Individually, Windy still did look sick, not to take anything away from him. But live and let learn. Opportunities for them to improve. Use this as a litmus test. Take away what you learn from it. Come back stronger, right? Whereas GOAT team there, out of their brethren that qualified through the Club Open, they were the side that have really lived it large. But yeah, unfortunate for Windy. Great stuff for Warrior, though. He had some absolute shenanigans. A lot of highlight reels we could make from him with where he was running in. He's winning solo plays. 1v4 in teams, just kind of standing there. Craziness, mate. But that is what it is. You've got your champion. You've got your smash rule victory for Aurora. It's all said and done, Max. Any final words before we shut down tonight's show?
I'm really happy with who our champions are, who our MVP is, who our rookie is, and who our top 4 squads are that will be marching forward in triumph for PMGO Main Event Season 1 in Jakarta, Indonesia. They better get ready and get some sunscreen. It's going to get heated over there because so many events are ending today, actually, Jackie. You got Turkey, you got Africa, you also have the side of Western Europe ending today. So after today ends, so many big names will be making it to that event, and it's going to get real crazy to see who will be securing the lion's share of that $500,000 prize pool.
Yeah, it's going to be stacked. There's going to be a lot going on, so do not miss it. Keep it locked to the PUBG Mobile socials, of course. But for myself and Max, thanks so much for watching. Your champions are Aurora, and that is the end of the EECA Finals. We'll see you next time.